Hello and welcome back. Today we will be doing a little bit of Q&A on 1.5, I think, slash taking requests, slash maybe looking at some mods. There's a Cold War mod I've been playing around with. This is kind of on the docket. We're kind of just going to play it by ear depending on what people want to see. I see in the chat that Scuffed DH is asking about any Qing openers, and so we'll talk about a strategy that I have been keen on taking a closer look at, and that is moving the market capital to, so if you move the market capital to Formosa, and then you delete your ports, you will lose all market access, which can allow you to pop corn laws. I learned this from We Play Games, it works with anyone who has any sort of overseas province that have primary culture. So Spain, for example, can do it too. And in the context of, thinking about MAPI and local prices and this sort of thing, being able to get onto a different law system as quickly as possible is very useful. So what the openers probably is, for Qing is, do your normal start to get Jingoist. Pass colonization if you start with the tech, which you might not. You don't. I think you just absolutely have to go stock exchange first now. But you go stock exchange, which I think is, you go stock exchange here. And then you... you get your Jingoist. So I suppose with the Jingoist, you're going to first go professional army, then maybe colonial affairs, but maybe you don't even have time to do colonial affairs before pushing for... I actually think... Oh, God, it sucks. But I really think you want to get off the negative mapping modifier really as quickly as possible, and the whole idea is by moving the capital to Formosa and deleting your ports, you can do this. Now you want to delete it when you are 1 week out from finishing another port, so you don't have to suffer zero market access for a while. Fodor says redacted, that's true. I don't know if that's YouTube redacting your message or you redacting your message, but so this is one strategy we could take a look at. I think that, I was discussing on a video how southern Manchuria actually looks good as a province to build in initially, and maybe it's even better than Shaanxi for the initial place that you first crank up in. It's just Shaanxi, my brain is in Shaanxi mode, and I can't turn it off Shaanxi mode, but, the initial crank-up is actually might be better in southern Manchuria and Yunnan, because the higher-level logging camps. Which is interesting. So, let's float around some decrees. Well, actually, let's check our army. So, do we have Royalist Armed Forces, Royalist Scholar Gentry? We will retire him. Abolitionist Literati, interesting. Traditionalist, we will retire him. I forgot you have to, how you have to, wow. They're gonna be really mad at game start. Super unhappy, but I forget you actually have to start with this. There's no ambiguity, you have to get off no social security. But we were just kind of prepping, maybe rolling a Jingoist. By getting rid of some of these guys. And maybe it's just too many guys to retire, to be honest. We kind of would be keen on getting the advantage. Actually, you know what is another thing is, agrarianism, so if you look at China's start, agrarianism, going agrarianism into laissez-faire later would actually be, ideal. And the reason, if you look at the reinvestment, they're getting 50k reinvestment from sub-rice farms, and this is modified by the agrarianism modifier, and so, you would, ideally, actually going agrarianism first would be better. The fact that UK can't activate corn laws, but Qing could go full market capitalist in the 1840s makes me cry. Yeah, it makes me cry too. But to be fair, I always thought corn laws were really stupid, so... But now you, like, just have to get off Mappy as quickly as possible. I also think, what's meta is probably re-rolling to guarantee you have a stock exchange natural spread on every single country, which is actually incredibly tedious. We're not going to do it here. We're just kind of taking a look, answering questions, talking about ideas. We might not even do this full thing, but I'm just showing, you know, how I think we think about it. I think we actually start in southern Manchuria and Yunnan now, instead of Shaanxi, probably. So we're just gonna put those two down. Two might be unnecessary. We don't have a company yet, which is unfortunate. Lack of a company at start is potentially like a pretty big, you know, thing. But I think China might potentially be able to get a higher GDP now in 1.5 than they could before because the rice farms change. So I'm not sure exactly. But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna. We already start off with 8 logging camps here. Beautiful. I'm just gonna add a smattering of these. And then we have a bunch more authority to spend. And we're just kind of like going through what I think the China start looks like these days. I think you don't go after Brazil right now because the military's bugged and they always lose the war. So I think you go after Mexico instead, which is somewhat interesting. I also think my understanding is consumption taxes are less efficient because we have the tax inefficiency. And, you know, relative to, like, other type of sources of income, they really don't bring in a lot. And so there is perhaps an argument to be made for getting the faster law passing. Why don't we try that out? I'm not sure if it's correct, but we'll just use only, like, the very tip of the spear, most efficient ones. So this is giving us 8K per authority. So we'll only use that one just to get us under the excess. So we'll get minus 22% enactment time here. And then we just go max taxes. And then we maybe need to save because we're in 1.5 and everything's psychotic. So let's take a save here because we kind of have most of our pre-unpause actions. And then I think we go after Mexico at game start here instead. Gold is notably kind of not really disaffected by... I think gold is not really disaffected. The fact that gold's not disaffected by, what is it, Mappy very much, makes gold a lot better. Gold was, like, already insane, but it makes it better. Do you think you can make the religious folks work in China? Absolutely. I also think that, you can make, so the way you need to, in order to keep their clout above 20%, you actually have to keep your literacy low is the thing, or keep your SOL low, or a combination of the two. And so, but if you're going to have, I think that if you're going to play 20% clout religious folk, that China's absolutely the one to do it on. You know, just try and find a way to get state religion. It would not be terrible. Do you have enough pops? Oh, you start with it. There we go. You know, you have enough pops for at least for a very long time. The problem is everywhere you take, you're going to get a bunch of radicalism. And so, yeah. What new flavor did they add? So let's talk about 1.5 a little bit, because we do want to have kind of this be a little bit more of a Q&A session than necessarily practicing starts. What new flavor did they add? Well, the biggest one is companies. Probably on the flavor department. That is semi-viable right now. It's obviously, this is a placeholder. When I see pH, I think something else, but here we go. I, of course, think acidity, obviously. And so, these give you a little bit of, you know, they give you, some of them give bonuses. That what they really are giving you right now is construction and throughput. This is the significant thing. But they are going to, supposedly make a lot of these bonuses a lot more you know, salient in terms of, like, maybe giving you something in terms of gameplay, like colony growth speed, let's see, what's convoys, also seems like a good modifier. The United Forestry Conglomerate's probably going to be really good for us in China. Hey, Palea, how's it going? You know, what is the steel mills throughput's really good. Prussia has some local, or North Germany specifically, any one of the North Germans, if they control certain states, do have unique companies, and so this is a thing. And then also on the armies, now you're going to have mobilization decisions, and instead have, like, you know, not a lot of PMs here. Cannons currently aren't working because it's broken in 1.5, but this is going to be, this mobilization thing is going to have like a dozen or 24 options, which is adding quite a lot here in 1.5. They haven't implemented yet. Right now it's a little bit rough. The thing that is really big right now in 1.5, or the most substantive change that does seem to be fleshed out, is local prices. A lot of people are complaining about it, but what it does is it makes the price 60% or whatever, depending on your mappy. That's the most market access price impact modifier. Depending on this percentage, the price of stuff will be determined both by local and market prices. And so the higher this is, the better, because then it's more market price, because using local price is always bad for you. And so, for example, we have no consumption of iron here locally, and so what this will do in effect is depress the price of iron, so now it sells for less and this sort of thing. And what this encourages you to do, since you want to have buy or sell orders in the same state, is it encourages you to build local economies, which allows for vertical integration, and in terms of flavor and gameplay, it changes things a bit. Play asked, did you see the patch note change added unique IG trait bonuses? Yeah, I saw it, but I was not able to find a single one. I mean, I didn't dig through the code. I swapped around on some of the most popular countries, and I couldn't find one. Were you aware of ones where it was a thing? Okay, so we're floating the extra authority for faster enactment time, which I think actually is probably pretty reasonable on China specifically. We got to get on no social security here. And that's, of course, going to make the landowners really happy, even though we exiled a bunch of their boyos. I think we want to continue retiring some of these guys, maybe. I think we might leave... We're fine with the Republican, but we might leave this until we can demarginalize the Industrialists, maybe. Okay, let's look over our PMs, and then, now that we've spent all our authority, let's look over our PMs real quick and see what we can do. I think we do want to use harvesting tools pretty soon, but I think we're gonna not do them quite yet. I think we're gonna use our tools there. And, we want to be on sawmills. I don't think we produce enough tools to make that swap. Yeah, only 4 tooling workshops. So a little bit awkward, but I think at the very least we're going to use the sawmills specifically where we're starting to build tall, and this will swap over to capitalist ownership, which is very significant. And we're also going to use the sawmills here. Let's see, what else do we want to... Actually, we're probably just going to blast to 15 construction sectors in each of these provinces, I have to imagine, and then look to resolve their local prices after that. You know what's interesting is I don't hate building cotton plantations because they're going to be using a lot of fabric there locally. Maybe we do something like this. I looked through the code and you couldn't find it either. Yeah, that's like that was the impression that I got from people. Okay, so we have to think about if we want to declare on Portugal at game start, or we want to Dominion Mexico first. I think we Dominion Mexico and then go for Portugal. Portugal to put the front there, and then we keep the capital in Beijing. You playing China feels very strange, as you don't want to use the labor-saving PM. Generally you don't. The harvesting tool specifically is just ungodly efficient, so we're probably going to use harvesting tools. Maybe we'll take an unpause here. I'm trying to think what else we want to do. I mean, we can improve relations with Russia. I guess we could look to slowly get these guys into our customs union, maybe. I suppose improving relations with UK overall is going to be good throughout the game. Where's my back scratch thing? And so, yeah, that's probably good. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? I mean, I haven't, like, prepped this run specifically. We do want to be sensitive to the fact that we are going to use the trick. So we are going to need to build a port here at some point. And then the plan is to delete the port. Or, sorry, delete the port when the... Oh, we can't have a port almost finished. And then delete the current port we have, can we? This is not possible. We're just gonna have to suffer as no market access for a while, right? Or am I missing something? Because the game always deletes the one in the queue, not the one... If you have 1+1, it'll always delete the one in the queue, not the one in the territory. Which is unfortunate for executing this strategy. So we could do this before we unpause. Let's at least get no social security to consideration, and also quite a bit of construction, I think, before we do this. No, not Portugal. Please, not Portugal. Have mercy. Sorry, Portugal's gonna get it. That way we can have the front over here, and we can just defend the front. Good afternoon, Paul. How's it going? Can you play the Heavenly Kingdom instead of China? How do we do that? I don't think it's releasable. You know what's interesting is you can't force release all these countries out of China anymore. You can only force release Mongolia. And so what my assumption is that it has to be a culture that is not accepted. Although I guess we haven't had an interest up here for releasing Uyghur, but I'm guessing that you cannot, well, why can't we release Min and Yunnan and these types? Or in UA? I don't know exactly how it is. We're gonna take an unpause here. So, I think we go after Mexico first. Which is gonna mean fighting the USA a lot, so maybe this is, we're gonna take the minus decree cost off the bat here. Sup, mate? Hey, 1122, how's it going? Mongol is accepted, though. They're accepted under cultural exclusion with Manchu. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Or if it's just 1.5 bugginess. You know what's lame, though? I think, Mexico usually loses this, unfortunately. Alright, so we have to do something. Are we supposed to puppet Mexico and try and get cut down to sized? Oh, we're making them a vassal anyway, so we are puppeting them. Okay, so this will get us 80 infamy, right? Let's take a save, actually. I think the absolute strongest you can do is dowing on Mexico, then getting UK to dow on you, transfer EIC, and then get cut down to size, all in the same kind of span. But this is like hyper pushed and would not be what we would do for a starting steps video, I don't think. You almost certainly are going to need more navy. We're going to need a bigger boat. We also don't want this guy, but we'll deal with him for now. I think we don't want to recruit... If we are even remotely close to getting... no, we're not remotely close to getting that guy in Gov. But I do think we don't want the authoritarian. We kind of want to set it up so we are going to roll a jingoist, so... At some point. Which will help us down the line. Maybe this is not too big a deal. But, split. There we go. Didn't you want to play 1.4? Yeah, I was kind of wanted to have a final stream for 1.5 in case people had questions and someone asked about a China start, so we're kind of trying to think our way through it a little bit here. You know, with... Oh, we still have to wait for them to say, no, we don't accept. we kind of don't care too much about war reparations. We're going to put them in to make them more likely to back down. Now, here's the problem with 1.5, is they're probably going to get reverse swayed to be someone's protectorate, bricking our war. And so this is actually a pretty frustrating thing. Also, with just about any run, I think that making sure that you are not spreading stock exchange when you don't start with it is probably going to be meta, which is actually incredibly tedious. But, so, I don't know, yeah, we're going to take the enactment chance. They are going for war reps, and if they sway someone, here's the thing, they're almost now certainly going to be, if we look at the sway thing, we can see what they were swayed with. What were they swayed with? Is a bit unfortunate. How did they... Let's see, diplomacy. Oh, just an obligation? Okay, this is fine. This is very fine with us. I think... we're not banning opium yet, because we do not want, or do we want the UK to declare us now? Yeah, this is what I meant by it having, like, a lot of moving parts. I think we do want the UK to declare us, and we ban opium here. But the problem is now they'll be able to land cap. So maybe we need to... So if you wanted to do the absolute get-it-all strategy, you probably need to move the capital from Beijing somewhere inland. Probably Yunnan if you're going to build tall there initially. It's nice and deep as well. Resetting infamy, I guess, is the strategy. Yeah. So so I think you probably move the capital to Yunnan. This isn't a real like start. Like we're not planning on playing this deep. Just kind of talking through like what I think a good start for China looks like. I think that you move the capital to Yunnan, and we're just going to pretend like we moved the capital to Yunnan, which would make it very much harder to not enforce, and then we're going to ban the opium trade now. And so the UK will now declare us. They might also join here and get swayed, so maybe you're supposed to wait for the Mexico war to pop. You're probably supposed to wait for the Mexico war to pop and then do this. That way the UK doesn't get swayed into this. But now, now what's going to happen is, I don't think we're going to add any war goals on... Well, actually, so here's the thing. We could almost certainly land Corsica. So we can force recognition and war rep on France pretty easy. I wonder if that makes more people join in. But the idea is we're forcing them to cut down to sizes. General has zero problem with resetting infamy through cut down to size exploit, but drives the line of using it as a revolution. Someone just asked me what the start looks like, not how would you play it. But I'm trying to give them the absolute most pushed start possible. Or, well, like, the most pushed start theoretically, but lazily executed, I suppose. Curious that the UK has not declared us yet. They are belligerent. A little surprised about that, but they do not join in on the Mexican War here, which is perhaps good for us. I think we need someone to lead this army. We're just going to recruit one of these Republicans. We're going to recruit that guy. Texas wins the war, which I assume is not going to be the case later. Did you play as the UK? No, but once they fix the Diplo a little bit more, we are planning on playing as the UK. Because, why don't we make sure that we're getting... Let's just take Corsica. That. And so now we're going to need to split some of our armies. This is the second Manchu army. So we don't want an authoritarian, we don't want a theocrat, Republican, fine. Split. And so, here's the thing, is it's actually gonna... I'm not sure if we can land Mexico here this quickly. God, this is so asinine, the way that it works. Because our troops have to travel all the way. I was really hoping they'd get caught up and lost in the sauce of the other war for a while. Do you think that, how does that exploit work? I think he's asking about the, well, I'm certain he's answered by now, but I would assume he's talking about resetting with the revolution. If you switch sides on a revolution, the other side has no infamy. But if the cut down to, for the cut down to size one, you can only do it at the very start of the game, so I think that we'll take prestige. Could have also, since we're planning on getting a market lib guy, we could have maybe taken something else. The cut down to size one, if you have over 100 infamy, people are very likely to cut you down to size. And so the idea is after transferring the EIC, we would have a ton of infamy. Someone's very likely to cut us down to size, and then it's critical before we enforce on Mexico or EIC, which I suppose is an argument for not landing Mexico yet. Before we enforce on them, we have to make sure that someone declares war on us to cut us down to size. But I think that one problem with China specifically might be wildly inconsistent. So maybe we won't do this, and wildly inconsistent because they have to have an interest in the car outside, and not a lot of people have an interest in North China. So, yeah. You lose everything that occurred in the last 10 years and all your starting subjects. So we would also lose Tibet and Korea by doing this. But Tibet and Korea are worth less than the EIC and like 50 infamy. So, yeah. Also, game start counts as just occurred. Yeah, exactly. It is a little situational. Also, like, we would have to not finish this Mexico war. Right? I think they have war reps on us. And we have vassalize in this, so... also might be a little bit hard for us to execute this entire thing, but this is fine. And these types of strategies will no longer be possible once they fix landings. So maybe, so for us to just grab Mexico, it's not going to be possible with just 15 boats once they fix landings, right? And so maybe maybe the strategy changes to going after Burma and then Dainam and vassalizing these two at game start. This is probably going to be the adjustment, and then looking to fight the UK, perhaps by declaring on Macau. Not really sure. I mean, we clicked the decision, right? So if the UK doesn't declare war on us, we might just go after Mexico here. I think we have already. Wait, why have we not taken Corsica yet? Oh, here's our navy coming in. It'll just nab Corsica in one go. And then we can just, kind of just chill. I do think we need to mobilize these guys eventually, but there's us having Corsica, so we will enforce down on France specifically. Still building up the initial construction sectors, so that's a thing. But we're about to ditch Social Security, which is going to refund us a ton of bureaucracy. It's going to allow us to put in a new institution. And so, but now we need to have a bit of a think. Now might be the time to do the capital thing. And so the question is exactly how do you want to pass your laws? In what order? Very, very precisely. I think you start with getting rid of poor laws, but then I think with the MAPI changes, getting on agrarianism is so good. Oh, I forgot. These landowners don't hate agrarianism, don't they? The scholar gentry are not anti-agrarian. So I think going agrarianism is just best, and who supports it is the rural folk. Now, and so maybe doing this gimmicky thing is not important, in which case you would want to restart until you are either not spreading romanticism or not spreading stock exchange, and then get the other one. So if anyone has questions about other starts, we can also take a look at others, because I think we've talked about this one a little bit now here, but so we can't go romanticism yet, unless we forced a market liberal. Oh no, we can't go agrarianism. Agrarianism is going to be better for us, at least in the short run, because the absolute massive reinvestment we're getting from sub-rice farms, also from tea and silk, at this point, which eventually that falls off significantly, but it's not fallen off yet. Our GDP looks bad though, so we're kind of also just gonna wait until weight them down a little bit to some extent. All right, we get no Social Security though. And so now we want to... Alright, so... God, this feels bad, but I think we're going to try and see if we can force our jingoist now. So this guy is a reformer. We don't really need reforming. Is he popular? No. This guy's an abolitionist literati. This guy's a royalist. This guy's disliked, unfortunately. Gonna need to split some of these guys anyways, so it's not too big a deal. Pacifist, not what we want. Specifically don't want pacifist or authoritarian. So this is not ideal. So we're gonna take the armed forces authoritarian. Not really what we want either. Damn it. I guess we'll take the really unpopular authoritarian, because he's not likely to... When we exile, he's not likely to be our guy. Oh, didn't mean to retire. Oh well. Not the worst. Meant to split him. And we're re-rolling looking for a jingoist. This guy's not very well liked. Alright, so we see pacifist, pacifists, authoritarian. So which one of these guys is the least liked? God, they're all kind of well liked. We're just gonna recruit and exile one. Yeah. Don't love having a theocrat, but there's a jingoist who's neutral. So we're gonna recruit him. Promote him up a bit, and now he is the most popular guy, so he should become our guy. You know, and us getting on, well, we're about to pass another law these guys like, so we're going to kind of do one of these, yeah, create radicals, exile dissident, see you later, smell you later. And now we have our jingoist. So we're gonna reform the government. Man, he's almost not put inable. And now we have to pass a law that the jingoist likes, except why can't we pass a law? Why can't we pass a law? Do we have to wait a day? Guess we had to wait a day. So we're gonna go pro-army now. The one we really want is colonization, but we need text to get a bunch of our laws, but yeah. Two very fun nations. Yeah. The UK cannot exploit the cut down the size thing. Great to know in one... Well, so I don't think you'll necessarily be able to do this once 1.5 is live. I actually think you'll have to go for Burma and Dainan. And the fact that you can't, you know, abuse the new world as early in the game is going to be, I think, pretty substantive. We're just kind of waiting for the UK to dow us here. And, like, we don't necessarily need to land Mexico right away here. But we did do the little bit of a thing to get this guy, so... it's been a year now. I want a vaguely playable with immersion. I enjoy watching min-max stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you want RP and immersion, I'm not sure I'm the guy for you. I've been told OPB, One Proud Bavarian, is that's more his shtick. So we have a level 2 urban center here. I think we're also going to put down a coal mine. So we're going to look to put the lights on in this area. And we have a level 3 here, and so coal mine for the same reason there. The construction sectors are still pumping up, and we get a pretty quick consideration. I mean, maybe we're going to go dedicated police relatively early here. We are going to keep floating the extra additional authority for the purpose of passing laws faster. I think this is actually really good on China, and us not doing it earlier is probably a miss. And so maybe we don't even... Oh, we didn't put in any trade routes. That's not ideal. Of course, I think our trade routes will all suck butt because Mappy is really significant. Yeah. The suck butt routes. Sucky butt. Yeah, it's just, it has to be super meta to, like, re-roll so you nat spread stock exchange on anyone who doesn't have it, I think. Which kind of sucks. They're decaying faster than us here, because we control half the war goals. Nice. And they haven't tried to land us. France definitely can land us, but the AI is, like, pretty sucky. Yeah. Release Manchuria and recreate the Manchu conquest of China. Can we release Manchuria? We can. Dude, Manchuria might be fun as hell to play as, because they actually get some nice states in southern Manchuria. Actually, all the Manchurias are really good. Especially with this mappy, like, type of consideration. I think we're gonna take the authority. We want them to dow us eventually. We're kind of fine just sitting here where we are, but, are we really gonna take dedicated police force here? We might, just to get these guys happy. The extra 20% investment pool efficiency would actually be super good right now. We had to exile so many guys, so they're super pissed. Industrialists are coming up a little bit. I think we're gonna put these on auto expand as well. Ooh, definitely gonna take this off of prioritize software here, at least in these two spots, because of how we're building right now. Yeah. Because this is getting expensive with us cranking up. We'll also put this on auto expand, so we'll build like a little bit of a speed bump of those. But we do want to get onto tools relatively early. We don't have any iron being produced here now. And we don't have any iron being produced here now. And I think that, oh no, we do. So I think we're going to put in a tooling workshop here, and we're going to have wrought iron tools as well. Rousing speech. So we can get this Yunfen Gafe, or whatever. Let's just do this. Let's just make sure we get the pro army through faster. And it's a shame we didn't nat spread colonization either. Like, nat spreading colonization would be decent here. I feel like Hoi military and Vic 3 economy would be best case scenario. I think it's too many calculations, but I agree. Actually, they tried to combine Vic 2 and Hoi 3, but it was cancelled in Hoi East versus West about the Cold War. Interesting. With how hurt Vic 3 performance is, adding Hoi military, yeah, exactly. This is the line of thinking. Pretty sure Mexico starts with 0 boats. But why is France not trying to land us? Because they just don't give a shit. I mean, they're not re-landing Corsica. We'll just eventually enforce on France here. Are nations with fringe concentrated resources viable at all to play now? So, small sample size, but every game I've played so far, what is it? Belgium just absolutely pops the fuck off, like really, really, really hard. And I think it's because they have Wallonia. Now, whether or not this is a case of the AI can do it, where otherwise they can't, or whether you as the player can do it, but I think Belgium specifically is way stronger. I also think Spain wasn't exactly weak, but I think Spain is quite a bit stronger with this change. Here in Navarra, where you're getting this 20% iron mines building throughput, actually makes you, like, is super, super strong early game. Alright. If anyone has other countries we want to take a look at the start, please let me know, because we might be wanting to swap off of this pretty soon. I think that we have kind of our strategy well articulated here. I actually think that you go agrarianism. So I think you re-roll to make sure you get stock exchange and romanticism as fast as possible. You just need one of them nat spreading. I suppose colonization is also decent. And in doing this, eventually you will, you know, put in these two and use the rural folk to pass agrarianism specifically, which is going to make it so you don't have to get off serfdom first. And also, agrarianism is going to give you a ton more reinvestment, at least in the short term, because the sub farms are so big. It's kind of, I think. But in terms of fringe, maybe we play a Belgian game or something here. Scandinavia with coal only in Scania. Yeah, so this is actually like, Sweden looks so much worse now. I was actually like looking at Swedish provinces when talking about, or when I was making my video on best places to build tall early. There's no place with iron and coal, and so even though they have a bunch of state bonuses, like it's not that great. We'll all die, or they will have not died in vain, of course. So yeah. Do you know how to force Taipei Rebellion in 1.5? I mean, just do Paraguay, Spicy Argentina. Is Paraguay any good? Maybe we do Spicy Argentina. Is Puritani any good? I mean, knowing that we can clap Brazil kind of makes me want to do a Puritani run. Spain? We could do Spain too, so we have Spain, Persia. Persia I've been looking at, I've been practicing starts with. So Persia, Sikh, alright, so let's put some of these into a vote now. So let's add as many options as we can. So we can have 4 options, so Persia's gonna be 1. I assume we'll try Paraguay, but I'm not sure how good it'll be. And then Spain. And then, can I scroll through this? South Africa, South America's with new state modifiers. I guess Spain, or we'll run off Paraguay, or just South America run off. And Ethiopia. Yeah, we should do Ethiopia when Nike's fan's not here. It'd be so bad. And then Persia, Punjab runoff, I guess, will be 1. And we'll do like that. Sikh Empire, I think, is actually really interesting because their market is effectively a single state. Kind of. Well, actually, the real problem is they don't have iron here. So I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do. We would have to think that one through a little bit. Really weird. Yeah, the UK should have doubted us by now, so kind of unfortunate they haven't. I mean, if they just don't want to, we're fine just sitting in this Mexico war. We have a ton of infamy anyways. We're fine just letting it decay down. I think, do we not start off with the careful guy anymore? No, we start off with the cautious guy with the minus 20% infamy generation, which is super nice. It's also super nice we're gonna get recognition and war reps from France in this war here. And then I think we're actually just gonna crank up to max here. And so now the question is alright, where's the 3rd place you're supposed to build tall? And I think it might be even outer, no, it's probably Shaanxi over outer Manchuria. All the Manchurias are really good though. Well, actually, we know we're going to have gold mines in Outer Manchuria here, because we spawned the gold, we, like, Luxac spawned the gold fields really early here, so maybe we put down a smattering of these, and then we kind of let this clear through a little bit, because we're making too much money here. We see quite a bit for Spain. Nobody wants to run Ethiopia when Nike's fan's not here. The guy who's now donated triple digits with Ethiopia requests. We can't just tell him and then delete the VOD. Oh man, the worst insult possible. No, Spain makes sense. Spain might become like significantly better in 3v3v3. I'm trying to think about, like, I don't know exactly how good Navarra is, and I'm curious about testing that. So Spain, I actually like the idea. You love Manchuria? Manchuria is a good shout too. This is actually a really good shout for 1.3 because, like, every single one of these states is, like, actually really nice for building tall in. So maybe I'm just filled with regret and wishing I had put Manchuria in there somewhere. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, just waiting these guys down, because we only get to make landings like once because of how it's set up. Unfortunately, we don't care as much about rolling the wrong guys now or having pacifists, although I would prefer to have a not very well liked pacifist. But we are going to need some more navies. Alright, so our queue is cleared. Clear. And we have this tooling workshop. We're going to set it to auto-expand. This is set to auto-expand. This is set to auto-expand. Outer Manchuria. Excuse me. I'm going to expand there. And we're going to add an iron mine, set it to auto-expand, and then add a tooling workshop as well. And then going to turn this onto sawmills as well. And then we're going to come in here, we're going to add this, and we're going to add a tooling workshop, and set it on auto-expand, and set this on auto-expand. And we still have quite a bit of money to work with, so I guess Shaanxi is the next one to kind of do this with. Why don't we build a logging camp there preemptively and an iron mine there preemptively? And we're going to switch this to sawmills and prioritize that. We're going to prioritize that there. Kind of don't really need the hardwood right now. Looks like Spain's winning, so... What is a Persia strat? What is the Persia strat? Persia's actually like super well balanced. You're almost certainly researching, I think everyone will just be researching stock exchange first now. But the initial strat is to go into Oman, build at least one boat. But I think that they're going to nerf your ability to land with one boat. And so assuming that this is the case, I think expanding into Kalat and, you know, Sind and maybe going after the Sikh Empire and kind of consolidating here will be like your expansion strategy. For your law passing strategy, you do want to get off of slavery, but it's really nice that you start with interventionism. Persia suffers actually a tremendous amount for not having really good states to build tall in. I'm thinking you import wood and you start with Isfahan, but that doesn't feel very good. You could alternatively start out here, but you have really significant, you know, infrastructure, not having a lot, and so I think that you build here. Oh man, do you have a construction? Yeah, Persia actually suffers a lot from like not having a really good state to build in. You know, especially with the 1.3, 1.5 changes, just kind of talking through what Persia's start looks like. And so it is a bit rough, but I do think that you start with going into Oman, and that you kind of look to bully your neighbors, especially because I'm certain that the things will be changed, so. Ethiopia. So that's like, starting Serbia, take all Serbian territories. We've done Wallachia, but it was forever ago, so maybe we need to do another one like that. I'd still rather do Wallachia, because this is actually, like, having iron plus coal is pretty significant. This is pretty significant, us getting a little bit better on the mappy here. And then we're close to reaching the point where they can't be decayed below 0 until we occupy their capital, and so we're approaching the point where we want to do a bunch of landings. We only get to do this once. Of course, it's a little bit bugged out. We'll recruit the Jingoist and then split them all. And so, do kind of want to make sure this works correctly, but we're just going to land in a bunch of different spots and hope that they don't assign their generals to these spots. So, I don't know, so cheap ass. We're going to assign... And we're not going to land with any of our absolutely huge armies. We're just going to land with a bunch of smaller ones. And really try and... Also, all on this coast, I think, will be a little bit more appropriate. And we'll maybe be able to get an army to the front in time. We still haven't mobilized any of the big guys, but I think we're going to peel another guy off here. We're going to recruit the Jingoist. We're going to put him on advanced front. And we're going to split him. And then... land here. Actually, do we even have... Yeah, we do have another. Sure, we'll try and land a 30 stack, and we'll just see how this goes. This, of course, is dealing with the bugginess, so... yeah, Ethiopia is up. Oh, alright. In Yemen. As Ethiopia tested, the trick is to vassalize everyone that builds stuff. Let them build stuff for you for a while. I believe this. The 10 construction before... Well, Peleus says that's worthless. If you want all the troops, immediately use against Egypt and Theodoros. I don't know. 10 construction's real nice. I think you probably like a lot of these guys have like very little troops. Like you thinking it's better to conquer for the 2 barracks here? Like, I don't know about that. I think you want the construction. Also, they can back down if you're vassalizing, so there's this. Looks like we're in. This war actually might be impossible to execute, just because of the bugginess of 1.5, but we'll find out soon enough if we can make this work. So we get another in here. And our guys are headed over, but the question is, can they push us out? See, here they pushed us out before our guys even arrived from China. If it seems like we can't enforce, we'll just swap sides. Yeah, this is maybe impossible, or maybe we would probably actually have to occupy their entire coastline simultaneously, just by recruiting enough navies and doing this sort of thing, and this is incredibly tedious, so I'm not going to do this. But what we would be kind of doing here is, once we enforce on them, we would declare war on Portugal under the assumption that we do have to fight the UK eventually. Of course, we're going to get recognition out of this war and vassalization, so... But this war is just, we're probably going to swap sides and capitulate here. Yeah, because what's going to happen here is they're going to push us out before our troops even arrive. But we'll take a look at just an Ethiopia straight up start. Oh man, Nike's fans here. Ethiopia is not as funny anymore. The goal was to do Ethiopia while you weren't here, because that would have been really funny. We'll try moving this guy over. I don't think he gets there in time, though. I mean, maybe we just have to, like, slowly drag our guys over just by relanding and moving to France, this type of thing. But since their capital's not coastal, if their capital was coastal, we could do this. I think we're just going to swap sides and just kind of show what it's like, though. So we'll just kind of show what things would look like. So we're just going to swap to Mexico and capitulate. Now, this strategy probably won't work anymore, you know, once you... this strategy you probably don't have enough boats if they fix the navies, which I'm guessing they're going to fix the navy overall. Yeah, these guys are... but France also probably tries to land you, so there's that. So once they fix the AI, but now you would be, you know, kind of sitting pretty with the idea of eventually annexing Mexico for the sweet, sweet gold, which I think is quite a bit stronger, which will be, I think, 15 in Nevada, which is the second highest gold state, if I recall correctly, and 12 in California, as well as some others in, like, other areas. And so I think this is pretty strong now. Even if they fix Brazil, well, Brazil's probably better because it's cheaper on the infamy because of they'll be annexing the subjects, but right now they don't do that, so there's that. But then, like, in terms of law passes, oh, we're not even passing a law right now. I think you're supposed to go. I mean, I really don't feel like doing dedicated police, especially because we're not incorporating stuff and we don't have radicalism yet. I don't think we're eating malices from turmoil or anything. No, it doesn't look like it. So I think we would rather just float our bureaucracy, but you know, restarting really aggressively to try and make sure we get romanticism faster. And then I think you go agrarianism, just so you don't have to pass getting rid of serfdom first, even with these like forcing corn laws trick. just to kind of like walk through it a little bit. What you can do is you can move the market capital to Formosa, delete the port, and then you spike corn laws instantly. It reduces market access in your country to 0, but then you just rebuild the port, and by reducing it to 0, and so another thing we'd have to do in order to make the strategy work is we would have to get rid of a lot of the local rice here by building out, like, let's say cotton plantations. So maybe it's not even worth it. Maybe you're just supposed to go agrarianism. You're probably just supposed to go agrarianism, but this is how I would kind of approach this. And then after 1.5, when they fix some things, and I assume that puppeting Mexico is no longer possible, you just do the same thing with Burma or Dainam or Siam or like this type of thing. Maybe even Japan if that's possible. But something like this, I think would be good to kind of lead it off. And then a lot of the other strategies like still apply. So let's take a look at Ethiopia. Apparently that's not how democracy works. What a shame. Okay. So we're not even gonna bother saving this. We're just gonna go to the menu. But I think that's like how we would go about starting it. So Ethiopia, are we supposed to start Shewa or the other one? What happened with GDP? I think it got killed by, or it's just killed, depressed at the start because of MAPI, relative to 1.4 if that's what you're talking about. Our GDP didn't crank down. I'm not sure which one's the best. It's either Harar or Shewa, right? We're supposed to do the one with the prince, right? Alright, we're just gonna pick the prince one. I played Great Rework. There's 100 gold mine in Transvaal. That was crazy. Wait, what the fuck? I'm probably not gonna play that mod now. Alright, so we're just gonna take a look at some of these provinces before we decide where we want to build. Is there any that has a lot of starting pops and iron? So this is just gonna be an exercise in self-mutilation, huh? So here's the thing. You really want iron, and we don't have iron. We do, I suppose, have cotton and logging, so it's not all lost. Jesus. So Pelea thinks that it's important to annex the ones with a lot of barracks. I imagine I really want to get to the coast as quickly as possible so I can trade. So it looks like 2 wars is the fastest way to the coast, and we could go after Wello or Harar first. They have more troops. We could also just puppet Wello. I'm not so certain we're going to be clapping Egypt anytime soon, but like this is just so brutal. The local prices, us having like a 0.6 MAPI at the game start, on top of the fact that we are going to have to import coal, and then we import the coal, and then we are going to pay 40% is going to be dragged up to Negisvan. This is so much more miserable on 1.5. At least, oh, we can't even research stock exchange at the start of the game. We'll take a look at Spain after Ethiopia. Negisvan, you may vote twice. Actually, Spain's winning right now, but we're already stuck in it. So, again, I'm thinking that you have to. Ethiopia is so rough now. I mean, it was rough before. Harar starts with Islam. You're isolationist, my bro. Yeah, but I'm gonna declare on someone to get rid of that. You do Harar, not Shewa. It's not that big a difference in terms of the start. It didn't look that big a difference in terms of the start, but I understand for the culture Harar is better, but we're not doing that. Are we doing the Thunderdome now? He's learning the pain. I knew the pain. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do this run, because I thought it would just be like, for recording purposes, I thought it would just be a lot of me sitting, not recording anything, and just kind of waiting. I don't think can we even afford one construction sector? I know when you build a single construction sector, you lose access to it. So I think we're gonna build our logging camp and cotton plantation preemptively, and then build the construction sector, and then a tooling workshop. God, that's so miserable, dude. This place doesn't have iron either. crazy. I'm kind of a little sympathetic to the vassalize plan and make use of... I think vassalization's correct, except we actually want to annex Isaac, I think. So I guess we're going to go into Harar first. Oh, we can't vassalize them. Well, I guess we'll just take it then. Alright, unify Ethiopia. But thinking through kind of the start, I am thinking that... Alright, let's do our normal starting stuff. So I'm thinking that with China, floating the extra authority might also be okay, but Harar specifically doesn't have this, like, huge problem with not taxing people, or sorry, Ethiopia. We're not, like, missing on the tax capacity, but there's just not enough stuff that we can tax. I think we bolster the Intelligentsia and the Industrialists, right? Is this... Okay, let's... Still gonna take forever for that to do anything. I mean, maybe there's some argument for... We start out with a slaver. I'm assuming you want to reroll and not have a slaver at the start. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna pass local police force. Really, there's not a lot we can do here. God, this fucking blows. Are we supposed to rush romanticism first instead? God, really? That might be it. Because we get to go through academia. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, this is so brutal, rushing these texts instead of these texts. Oh, we don't start with steelworking. That's a thing. I guess it doesn't matter because we don't have any iron. I guess. I don't know. This is going to be kind of our starting text strategy, I guess. You have Unify CB. He thinks you need to wait to attack Egypt. Yeah, rookie mistake. Alright, so... We should use this some way. I mean, we're definitely putting down some edicts, I guess. Oh, we don't have road maintenance. That's fantastic. Make our chop chops a little bit better. Where do we get road maintenance on? It's a society tech, right? Or it's urban planning? Fuck, man. Is that where we get it? No, that's iron frame building. Where's road maintenance? Centralization. Well, we're not going to be actively researching that. Okay. Alright, let's spend the rest of our authority. We might just try and get some bonuses here. I think we just try and get some bonuses. Because we get, like, nothing from these consumption taxes, really. I'm assuming we're going to build furniture before we build clothes? Maybe not. We actually have cotton. We don't have the other stuff. God, this is fucking... We'll just tax liquor. The low taxes, and we'll float the rest. And we'll just cry ourselves to sleep at night. I'm pretty sure we have to... Oh, we don't start with... Don't we make our guy into a general? This is the way. He has 0 troops. Perfect. Just how we drew it up. I think we can merge the armies, though. This guy's not caked up, though. What is this? He is ambitious, and that's it. Power projection, decree cost. Offense minus recovery rate. I suppose it's fine. We, of course, have to set... This is the strategic objective. But this is going to be a whole lot of waiting around as far as a run goes. So I'm glad we are looking at it more with Ethiopia. He doesn't even have sawmills for his logging camp. I'm aware that I don't have this without the other thing, but I gotta research the other stuff first. Hey man, just want to say, recently discovered your channel. You make some of the best Vic 3 content. Thank you. Without infra, it's over. Yeah, this, like... We also... So a big change that, like, makes otherwise bad-looking starts better-looking is the fact that, you know, your urban centers have lighting, but we can't use lighting without coal, which we don't have any of. So, they don't construct much worthwhile and they just use up the infra. That's fair enough. The star really puts those early game tech tier lists to work. I mean, I think I actually do mention that steelworking is the best tech in the game. I don't think this is the case anymore, but, yeah, getting sawmills is pretty important. I don't know what to say. I would also like to really make, oh, we gave the wrong... Whatever. So this is the boy. This is the boyo himself. So who's in charge of this army now? The old idiot. Damn. So we messed that up. Let's merge again. Let's just merge all the troops. What the hell happened here? God damn it, dude. So this guy's gotta go to the 4th Army. We'll send him, so now he'll be in charge. Allegedly. And he is expert offensive planner. And we'll put advanced front, because it needs to be that. Yeah. Bigger army equals better. You'll be lacking infra for 40 years. Yeah. Outlaw Prince. Yeah, there's definitely a reason why I would rather do this as catch and release Italy. But just taking a look at it, you know, this is going to be so much worse now that you don't have the local economies. I guess it's going to be a little while before coal becomes important. But we don't really have provinces with both wood and iron in the same spot, and so getting off the ground with like steelworking and this type of thing is not going to be, you know, because we don't need coal until atmospheric engine, which is gonna be a hot minute. Demands annex Shewa from us. Should we put ourselves out of our misery, click accept, and just leave the game? Yeah, probably. Also, this is actually probably good for us. So we'll just conquer Welga here. I guess we want to maybe split. I don't know, we could split later. But you know what? It's probably, here's probably better. Than Ethiopia, because people will colonize their way into you eventually. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad. But is there a way to delete empty armies in 1.5? So what you need to do is you need to recruit a commander to them and then merge them. Because once you have a commander, you will be able to merge with another army. Like right now, we can't merge. And this is how you effectively delete them, but there's no way to delete armies as far as I know. Tadel's the god, best general in the game. Is he really? I don't know about that. Alright, so they're gonna deploy to that front. We of course have to set designate strategic objective. We will probably just play to forming Ethiopia, not play to anything significant. So let's look. So we need a few of these. I've actually never formed Ethiopia, so we can just get the achievement right now. That wouldn't annex you forever, yeah, but it would give us a justification to quit. I know we have the 2 states. Let's annex Shewa as full country, I don't know. Build more battalions? Why? Next battle, hover over the offense. Alright. That's a lot of offense. I get that he is expert offensive planner. Oh. What the fuck is that? Concept modifier, time modifiers, outlaw prince. I guess we can fight Egypt with that type of thing. I mean, we have a movement to enact slavery, but not enough people in it. This is so fucked. Maybe we're supposed to start Harar. We're probably supposed to start whichever one has the most logging. They have the exact same amount of logging camps. Ultimate consternation. Jesus. The Age of Princes. We have to own everything. Alright. Oh wait, we could reverse sway our way into here. No, we can't do shit. Not gonna lie. This is, not peak gaming experience. Oh, it's the same state? Jesus, it really doesn't matter. I guess we want to wait for that war to finish. We can conquer Isaac, and then GPs can get to us, but then we'll have a coast. Actually, GPs can get to us anyways, our fronts anyways, because it's bugged, so maybe we just go after Isaac now. Get ourselves to the coast, so we can declare interests elsewhere, if we wanted. If you only want to form Ethiopia, why build anything but barracks? Just in terms of trying to play properly. To pay debts, yeah. I gotta pay Nike's fan back for all the donos. How do I enact debt slavery? We're going to the ultimate, we're going for debt slavery. We're gonna build a capitalist utopia. You can sell everything, even your body. If we're selling runs, we're selling bodies. Does recruiting artillery units do anything? Not currently. It will on the final release of 1.5. It's not. The developers have brains. But right now it's in a very buggy state. I actually I have a ton of notes for a warfare tutorial, and then people were like, no, just wait for 1.5. What is there to talk about in 1.5? Terrible. Alright, I guess we government admin after. That's almost done. We can cancel this. Cancel this. Man, I really wish we had coal somewhere. Do we have coal in Galeti? No. No, we just strictly have zero access to coal. God, this freaking sucks. Can't pass any laws. Let's take a pause and let's have a think. I guess it's moot. Wello does get a little bit of an annex, so we'll just unify Ethiopia on them. I assume they say no way, no way, Jose. And I'm just waiting for the 1.5 to sink in and someone to join for offer whatever. Great Britain sides as well out naturally. And what do they want? Open Shewa market. Well, classic. We are super okay opening our market. We're not okay giving up this. Yeah. There's no coal. You need to go down to Zulu. Coal's in Yemen. Yeah. Local prices suck. I didn't play 1.5, but I hate it already. Yeah. The good news is you accept Zulu pops. Yeah, I guess that's the good news. This run is, if we straight up just continue playing, I don't think there's a way for us to possibly execute this. I think this just breaks the run. And we can't sway just opening our market. This is the most asinine thing about Diplo plays. We should just be able to open our market right now with the UK. And just say, you know what, we'll just give you the war goal if you just, mind your own business and unthumb our pie. But the pie's been thumbed. I guess you can't unthumb a pie. Can you annex them and capitulate to the UK? Not if the UK sends any troops, but I guess we could try. So, I guess we'll do that. We might just switch sides and capitulate, but then we're not getting the achievement. I still don't have the Form Ethiopia achievement. But, obviously we're not Like, obviously this bricks the run, and there comes the troops, so there's no way we beat the British. He may be the outlaw prince, but he's not that much of an outlaw. There is not a way, as far as I can tell, that this would possibly... I mean, I guess... I mean, we could take a look, but I think this is just a brick. We'll swap sides, maybe, and form Ethiopia. You should improve relations with GB. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's just an error on my part. At the very start, we should have just been... We should have been on the anti-thumbing police. Also with Egypt, too. Not necessarily above cordial, if we want to declare war on them, but we want to avoid having this really deep negative. Yeah, there's fucking not a way in hell that we're beating 130 battalions. Let's just see what the battle looks like, though. We have more offense, I mean, but, you know, the 6k into 37k just doesn't do it. So, I guess we're gonna pull a little cheater. Actually, no, I think we might just call it. And just talk about what I think the strategy is going to be looking like moving forward, specifically with the consideration for 1.5, maybe back down and leave. If we back down, we lose the primary war goals they put in on us are Oromia and conquer Shewa Amhara. So we would lose this and this, and so we would be left with Isaac. Which I suppose we could back down and continue, and we would have an open market, and we'd be able to make moves. But at that point, I'm pretty sure what you're supposed to do is just restart the run, right? But what we could have done differently, I suppose, is declare on Lahej or Marjeteen, one of the non-Ethiopian states that is just going to ask for war reps, and then the UK joins, because I think the UK joins now because we have a coastal province. This seems to be the heuristic before. I mean, they could... Because now they know they can get to... It's bugged, so they can get to any front right now anyways. But now they know they can get to a front, which is why I think they joined in on this war. I mean, let's load back and like before the UK joins, and let's see if we can maybe salvage this. But this is a as it were. Like you just don't continue playing from this. I don't think. I think you're done with the yeah. So we're about to enforce on Isaac here, and so we'll execute a little bit differently. So we can't declare war on any Ethiopian state here. I don't think. And we maybe don't want someone we have a front with. So Marjeteen is not Ethiopian, I think. They're not part of forming Ethiopia. And so I think if we declare war on them, our pie will get thumbed. So let's declare a war on them, and then we can just back down and pay them more reps, and this will be fine. So we'll do this. And then their primary war goal is Shewan war reps, and we get the same thing here. And so I guess if you wanted to play this out from here, we would do this, and then we would just... we're not going to back down because we actually want our market open, but we're just going to wait. I suppose. And come back here. Also, I suppose. Mostly supposing. Oh, the tooling workshop's fucking useless right now. I forgot. So we'll do this and this. Actually try and make use out of these tools a little bit. I forgot that we, of course, are waiting on some tech to be able to do this. We wait for the war to pop, and then... yeah, it's like you have no qualifications in your barracks recruits slowly. Alright, now we just capitulate, and we give up open our market and war reps. Which is unfortunate, but we get an open market, which is somewhat nice. Kind of tanks the bureaucracy a little bit, but this is not a big deal. And now we can continue upon our way, annexing Wello. And do that. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. And hopefully our pie doesn't get thumbed. If our pie gets thumbed again, we might be done here, but... And take a look at Spain instead, because people voted for Spain a little bit. I think we'll end the poll, and we'll see who... Because I can't see who's the second place on the poll, so we'll end the poll. Oh, Spain's tied with Persia, Punjab runoff. This probably means more people wanted Spain than the other one, so we'll do that. Freedom to starve, I agree. Oh, do we get these now that we can actually import stuff? That's cute. Okay. There's no demand for sugar. Why'd you build a sugar plantation? Oh, auto queue, please. But this looks super manageable. Oh, did... Yeah, this is just annexes. Okay, this is full annex. Cool, 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 cool. Tight, tight. Outmoded economics. Yeah. I guess we don't care about their approval right now. They're not going to be freaking demarginalized for forever. Are we supposed to pay for universities? Probably not. I just want the tech to go faster, but almost certainly it's not correct to pay for the unis, so that kind of sucks. I didn't vote, but I think Spain would be interesting because I've never seen many Spain playthrough guides. Yeah, and we haven't talked about it in a bit, and there was like a pretty significant change in terms of how you start, so we can take a look at Spain next. I think I like this. What is our current approval? What? Alright, we're just gonna take the approval on our slavery. Sorry, guys. Sorry, humanity. I just noticed that GPs full send their military in 1.5, even when there are no war goals involving them. I hope they change that soon. Or maybe you were incredibly unlucky. I think you were unlucky. I mean, UK didn't full send there on us. So I think you were unlucky in some way. I mean, the AI is like super psychotic and not very predictable right now. I mean, we're still achievement eligible. Maybe we just get the Ethiopia achievement. What else do we have to do? We just have to unify it. We just have to form Ethiopia. But like, you know, there's some significant problems that have to do with us just kind of sitting and waiting for tech. And the biggest question is how can we best acquire enough money with the current game systems to allow us to build up universities so that we can actually tech up faster is probably the kind of question to be asking ourselves here. And so I'm not sure what the answer to this question is, but yeah. Maybe just bink this guy a little bit. We also would want to get this from Egypt, but, yeah. We'll just unify Ethiopia on these guys. They're pretty big. We just hope that our pie doesn't get thumbed. We're starting to accumulate a lot of negative relations with the UK and Egypt, so I think they're fairly likely to start doing stuff. Can we do a Mara opener into forming Arabia? No. We're not doing that. I think on divergences, I'm taking a look at doing Egypt into Pan-Arabia. Or I've taken a bit of a look at that. What are we supposed to build here? I guess logging camps are like kind of the thing. Don't have the sawmills, but we'll have them eventually. One day we'll have thing. Didn't they send over 100 battalions? Yeah, but they have more than 100. Oh, maybe they did. I mean, they didn't conscript, but that's perhaps a different question. Yeah, maybe you're right. I apologize. I might have made a mistake there. Are we supposed to build another construction sector? Can we afford it? Yeah, we can. Even though we are paying out in Diplopacts. Feels bad, man. This is the first time I think I've ever, like, intentionally had to pay war reps. Egypt tends to leave Ethiopia alone. They have problems with Ottomans. That was not my experience when I have tested this a little bit. But, yeah, I've done like 1 or 2 tests of this, and in one of them, Egypt just butt their head in, so... Moscow Qinine isn't global anymore? No. It's not global. Apologies. I've said it in a few spots, but I haven't made a, like, PSA hyper announcement or something like this. Why do we have so much negative? Whatever. Oh, I guess we're supposed to pro social mobility really aggressively, too. Let's just get rid of all these consumption taxes and let's pro some social mobility. Because this will actually make a pretty big difference in how fast we're getting tech. This place has like no pops, but I guess we go for it. Can we form it yet? Are you winning, son? Definitely, I think we could have done wars faster to form it faster, but I think this is also fine. We do need to put designated strategic objective, otherwise we won't push it. Push it, push it, push it. And now we're losing money. No, no, what a world. We're losing money. I mean, this is kind of making okay money, and I think we'll make the use of the ooh, we can make dyes here? Hey, 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 I guess we're going textiles. Now, are we out of infra? Not yet. Soon, soon, my friends. We'll be out of infra. Very interesting start. Oh, wait. You could play the South American country in Divergence. Yeah, especially now that freaking that one province doesn't suck nuts. I don't think it's updated for 1.5, but yeah, with La Paz not sucking, that's like pretty significant. Very interesting tart, I agree. Of all the tarts, that's my favorite. What about the Trucial State Oil Baron RP? No expansion, just trade. God, that would be so boring for like 4 hours, though. What's the game plan here? To play a different country. To not finish this millet farm, I think. Is the plan. Now, what we're doing now is we're just kind of talking about the start for Ethiopia. I guess we could talk a little bit more about long-term planning, but what it really comes down to is our tech is just absolute booty, and we have to tech up as quickly as possible. And so, yeah, I think that we do have to... it's better to use our authority to... social mobility, which is like almost no countries I believe this on, but since our eco is like not even that big, I think we pro social mobility in a lot of spots. And God, it's just like so doesn't feel good. Is Egypt getting clapped? Oh, they already got clapped. Damn it. Because we would want this from them. But like a big part of it just comes down to like we don't have the text for anything. Like our tech start is just really, really, really abysmal. Like we're trying to get romanticism so that we can go agrarianism, so we can get rid of some of this negative MAPI, and then we're going stock exchange again to get rid of some of the negative MAPI, and then we're going to be able to import coal. We might start importing coal now, but I mean like because we can use gas streetlights. Yeah, we're going to import coal. But it feels bad because the coal, 40% will get, since we have a 0.6 MAPI or a MAPI of 60%, 40% of it will get pulled up in price. And so, like, but I think we want this for the infra. So, I mean, and I think it'll be profitable. So, but the whole idea behind this is now you're going to get 2 infrastructure per level, which I think is, I don't think it makes, I don't think it necessarily makes it easier, but, we're going to import from them. And then we do need to designate strategic objective. We will unify these with the other one, because we do want to give them to the guy who just randomly spikes. This is also such a lazy modifier, the +3, like, offense, just cuz. 4.5 million pops, Pog, yeah. Poggers-ish. Use corn laws. Yeah, Pelea hits the nail on the head. There's very little agency other than waiting, so it's hard to talk about what we should do next, because a lot of it's just waiting. We don't have democracy. We can't change laws. We haven't even started to try and pass a law yet. You know, we don't really want... I mean, I guess we could try and go pro-army. We could go local police force. We could go... you know, we could try and ban slavery and just get bopped by the fact that we would have like 5% pass chance and we have an 80% industrialist. Welcome to Ethiopia, basically. And so, like, from like a viewer perspective, I actually think that this run makes for like not very good content, right? Because like I would have to play Ethiopia for like 5 hours to make the starting steps video or something like this. 1.5 really made the insignificant power experience worse. Well, it makes an insignificant power like this significantly worse, but we finally got agrarianism. Now, I think it might be you go agrarianism first, or you go this first, but we're going to put this guy in, and we're going to go agrarianism, because now we can. Yay! Except it's almost certainly going to get bopped, because the landowners really hate it. Or they kind of dislike it. They don't uber hate it, but like... Okay, I mean, we've been running low taxes, and somehow we don't have a lot of loyalists. That's crazy. Too crazy, man. Too crazy. I think we'll do... Oh, we don't have silk. That's cool. I mean, I guess we'll import silk, but I do think the start is going to be agrarianism, though. I think that's agrarianism actually being like a good transitional law for like a lot of countries now. I think is pretty cool. On the contrary, Ethiopia's 15 years are the most enjoyable if you play it a specific way. Why? By closing the browser? By alt-tabbing and watching videos on YouTube? After that is when you stop being able to abuse the plus 30 offense. Yeah, I mean, I see your point to some extent. And like, if you're super min-max, we'd probably go after like Egypt like way earlier, and then get war reps, and then use those war reps to build universities. You know, I buy that there's a strategy that like is more. Oh, this is pretty good event to roll early. Is more pushed and is like more optimal. Like I have to imagine going for Egypt before getting everyone is probably correct, right? Now Egypt does start with a decent chunk of battalions, but plus 30 offense is plus 30 offense. So yeah. Do you need to incorporate the states or auto-incorporate? God damn it. You're probably right. Pretty significant on the government admin. Of course, we would use filing cabinets if we could. I don't know what auto-expand even means. Wow, we can set these to auto-expand now? That's neat. Wow, we got a technology I'm not used to reading. Let's read it. Sweeteners. Okay. Nothing crazy. Haven't read that one in a hot minute. No, we're just gonna grab all the territory and kind of be out, probably. Put more decrees. Backstab when they fight the Ottomans. Yeah, we missed we missed that window. But I agree with the decrees for... specifically promote. Yeah, we're already decreeing it up here. I guess we don't need the resource industry here, so we can pass the laws a little bit faster. Oh, we don't have road maintenance? Oh, because we don't have access. Yeah, we don't have centralization. Super cool. Super kawaii. Okay. Desperate allies? I'm desperate for anything. That is going to be nice. Wow, we are just high rolling it up here for passing agrarianism, aren't we? Why couldn't we get this on the Japan run? Put more decrees. Hell yeah, sweeteners. It's the sweetest thing. So, I mean, we're about to hit... This close thing will probably be really profitable, so that's going to be nice. Also, like, the extra infra here is also going to make having to not go railroads, like, super early. Because we can't rush railroads anymore. Man, this... Mapping literally, like, makes it so you have to go 4 laws here on Ethiopia. You know, you have to go into stock exchange and into romanticism, I think, really early. Or, I mean, if you could force corn laws, you would maybe do it a different way, but I think you're supposed to go agrarianism. No road maintenance, yeah, basically. Wait, don't you get state construction? You would get state construction efficiency. Unfortunately, you must be used to playing runs where you have technology. Allow me to introduce you to the Ethiopia experience, where you need the centralization tech before you can use road maintenance. So, yeah. You don't have anything. Stop expecting to have anything. Yeah, you don't even have a pulse. You died watching the line go up. We, of course, will just do that. we get to consideration. I mean, if we get to 85 Mappy, I mean, we're pretty close to 85 Mappy, right? That'll really help a lot with the coal, specifically. I think we're gonna take a look at our things. I think we might just, oh god. Swap all these to gas streetlights. Now, I think it's us going after them and taking war reps is probably right? Yeah, let's try and play correctly here. Us taking this and war reps combined is probably better than doing the Ethiopia thing. But we're just saving anyways. And then transfer subject, transfer Hijaz. Nah, just war reps, right? I'm gonna make this primary. They're cocky, so they're never backing down anyways, but okay, I was gonna cry on the inside if it was one front. Okay, and I think we do want to let's see. Activate the conscription sector. I don't really know if they do anything, or like, whatever. Alright, we're going for, this might be a reload here, but, is Amhara secretly the most OP state in the game? Please respond with your honest opinion. Amhara. Secretly the most OP. I mean, it's not that bad because you have a ton of arable land with actually, like, decent, potentials. Except this isn't rice, so. And you do have the logging camps. You do have a ton of logging camps, but no, it's not. You need an interest to do anything. Look on the bright side, you're getting so much interaction on stream. That's true. I'm getting interaction on stream. Like, why are you such an idiot, Generalist? Why are you playing this idiot country? I'm not trying to, yeah, the comment's not towards Ethiopia in the abstract. The comment is towards Ethiopian Victoria 3. Do we win these? Why do we not? Wait, what? No? Why do we have no commander there? Excuse us? Oh, this guy's cautious too. Hell yeah. Infamy generation, best experience ever. We're gonna be doing Spain after this. Why do we not get our commander? God, I fucking hate this game. Like, take states. It auto expands when you have negative bureaucracy or when you have minus tax capacity in the state. That's what it seems to be the case. I'm not sure if, like, putting a ton of those on auto expand will be very good, though, because if you go into negative bureaucracy and then 30 start building, that might not be what you want, right? We jinxed it where we were like, oh, we're getting so lucky. A monument worthy of this prince. Hell yeah, brother. Can we get maybe our guy? Alright, looks like we can't really push. I mean, we have more offense. We might just do a Cheaterson. I think we're gonna load, though. I think that we are not going after Egypt here. Tewos is just not quite strong enough. Of course, we get the very classic Tunisian flag on our Shewa run. You love to love it. Nemanja says, wow, I agree. That's true. Now we can vassalize. I think now we vassalize if we have a decent amount of infamy, which we do. Because we'll just be clicking the button in just a second anyways. So we'll just vassalize and form. Also, I think it auto-incorporates, no? I think that was one of the changes where if you are doing a unification, maybe it's just Italy and Germany only, but if you're doing a unification and it's incorporated for who you're unifying with, you automatically get incorporation, which is maybe a consideration to be made. The important part about Egypt war is having enough projected strength that Egypt doesn't attack, otherwise they will attack you and you die. Or I guess it doesn't matter as much in 1.5. Offense, defense seems pretty even on defensive battle. Yeah, Play is right. You need battalions to boost your projected power numbers. Also professional army, professional army, professional army. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I guess we could go for professional army, but I'm like 1,000% sure that we are supposed to try and get agrarianism first. But yeah, we could have opened trying to go professional army, and maybe this would have been better. I think you actually build some barracks? Really? God. I think we're just gonna make Ethiopia and call it, and leave the single one of these on the table. We're just gonna vassalize Tigray and then call it, do our thing. Ugh. We could sway France, maybe. Maybe we stick around for agrarianism. But, like, I think that agrarianism is just good. Let's look at our reinvestment. I think it's, our investment pool is mainly going to be... Or here. Let's do it through here. What's the reinvestment coming from? I think it's mainly going to be sub-farms. Yeah, so sub-farms, millet farms, and then logging camps are all the way down here. We don't even have capitalists yet. I actually think you will be going agrarianism really early. But maybe you're supposed to also build barracks as this play says. Gotta designate it the objective because 1.5 is broken in the current state. You love to love it. You hate to love it. You love to hate it. Super profitable though. Wow. Profitable enough. I think maybe we go craftsman sewing. God. Is it really this bad? Maybe it's this bad. Foreign emulation. Yeah, sure. What succeeded in Egypt will succeed here. Thanks, Egypt. You're cordial. I think we could stop then. We don't want to get too good of relations. We want to be able to decay them down. Kind of in a second here. Time to declare war on Egypt and rage quit, basically. To be fair, I said I wasn't sure. Is Somaliland a good... Jesus. Somaliland a good rainbow state? Which one is even Somaliland? Isn't this Somaliland? Oh, you mean the entirety of this? No, God, it sucks. Yeah. So we get on international trade, so we could go laissez-faire now. One day I'll fly away. One day we'll get... So we're coming up on stock exchange and romanticism, and then our trade routes will actually be big dice. And so then things like, you know, craftsman sewing we would, like, want to do. But it's time to click the button. You guys are going to see me get an achievement on stream here. Hey. We get the Solomon's Quest. Alright. Oh, we didn't even need this one over here? Rip the dream. So, that's Ethiopia. We did it. Nike's fan can never again say I didn't play Ethiopia. Alright. Achievement unlocked. I don't go achievement hunting, so... Because overwhelmingly, chat seems to not care as much about the achievements. Map color is nice. Can we appreciate, like, shout out to 1.4? I actually really like the day-night cycle. This does not count? What do you mean it doesn't count? What are you talking about? No, someone pointed out I played every Axis power in 1.5, so I am actually pretty keen on doing the Italy into Ethiopia, like, nonsense. That was actually the straw that broke the camel's back. It was the Axis powers. Because that I can... So here's the thing, Nike's fan. The people, in general, they don't want to see Ethiopia. They just don't. I know there's an Ethiopia crew of, like, 3 people... dedicated viewers who want to see the Ethiopia, but everyone else just wants to see 50 Japan runs in a row. And so you know, the small countries tend not to do that well unless they are just like known for being small and terrible. And Ethiopia is way worse as a known for being small and terrible, even though it is, than like doing Victoria. Like this run would do better in terms of like numbers than an Ethiopia run. Is like one of the big problems. Please do Paraguay. Argentina, pretty fun to play. Paraguay is a 20-minute opener. So what's the idea? We're just gonna let's all right. Let's quickly do. Well, no, people voted for Spain. I think we want to look at Spain. 4 viewers. Facts. No more Japan runs, please. You've done enough. Dude, look at my Japan run numbers, though. The new one has 10,000 views. Everyone loves the rice jokes. Ethiopia is a real challenge. You should do it. It is a real challenge. It's also real similar to Sokoto in the way that it's challenging. Although I guess Sokoto's way better now. I think they have a... Oh, they don't have a place that has iron and coal? I mean, they can take Benin, and then they do. I was kind of keen on trying out Navarra for this thing here, though. But Buganda is beautiful. Yeah, I agree. Buganda is, like, playing Rwanda or Buganda. Which one of this has the most recognizable name? Probably Rwanda, so we probably start Rwanda. All these are kind of the same in terms of what start. And join British market and steal all the pops. We do try. Rice is nice. I agree. This should suffice to make a lot of views. Do not do Buganda or Victorian states. What do you mean? Another Sikh Empire run? I mean, people seem pretty keen on Japan, on Spain. Are people not wanting to see Spain? We could take a look. We could redo another vote. Release Navarra and play as them. Dude, Paul with the hot takes. Navarra, like... I mean, if you have to pick, like, a one-province minor... This might be the best one-province minor in the game. Right? Is there a better one you can release? Maybe Shaanxi? But Shaanxi is like is interior. Like you can't do other things. This might be the best OPM in the game. Does anyone else have any other ideas? I mean, I think that this is the best province. One of the best. This has to be the best one province releasable country that for early on. But Shaanxi is going to scale way better, right? Because you have a ton of pops and you have way more resources. So Shaanxi is going to be better later, but Navarra's got this interesting kind of thing. Well, I see a lot of people asking for Sikh. Greece and Byzantium is pretty hard and fun. Yeah, but we're not going to get that deep into that type of run, because we're just kind of trying to show stuff off for 5. Silesia playthrough. We did like a full Germany playthrough on stream, as well as starting steps for Germany, so we're not going to... But Silesia is not releasable alone. Like, if Perm was releasable alone, or Silesia was releasable alone, or even Wallonia was releasable alone, it would be better than Navarra, but Navarra might be best. Ukraine, please. I did a, like, 12-hour Ukraine stream, but that was a while ago. Krakow, we're not doing Krakow. Krakow would be just miserable. Krakow would be just, like, a lot of watching. Although they are rainbowy, they do have the 3 most important resources. Silesia, well, you can check if it's releasable. I don't think it is. We'll check, though. Yeah, Navarra might be the best. I don't know, I'm trying to think. The specifically single state, we're not talking about the best state in the abstract. We're talking about if you release them and just have one state. Yeah, so, no. Silesia is not releasable. Navarra is a single state releasable, so we can just come up on it. And release Navarra. But I might actually want to do a run out of this, because Navarra is like I think it's the best OPM. Well, so Shaanxi scales better, but Shaanxi is also this weird thing where like you're stuck inside of China, right? So you have to find a way to beat China at some point to do anything. And it might be super miserable and boring. I mean, Sikh Empire is almost a single state. Ooh, let's see if there's any out of EIC that's releasable that makes sense. In pretty much all other Paradox games, Silesia is a releasable. Or form Yugoslavia as Montenegro. You guys are... Oh, best releasable here. Right here. How we drew it up. I was prepping a Karen run. But this releases more than one state. What the fuck? Why does it say one? I mean, we can't release it. What does Karen even release? We're thinking of doing a Karen run. God, this would be so miserable, actually. Oh, we can't release this independent. Wow, really would be, like, high-key super miserable. Let's take a look at the Karen run. I mean, at least we'd start with EIC Tech, right? So now we also have to talk to the manager, right? Hello, I would like to speak to a manager. Texas is a good shout. Yeah. And the Boer states as OPMs? Yeah, maybe it's Transvaal, actually. It's probably Transvaal. But Texas is also a really good shout. So is California. California's an OPM. You can release Cali. Actually, let's take a vote. So the vote's going to be... start a poll. Best OPM. What do people think? Cali, Transvaal, Texas. I like how they're like, yeah, half of them are just from in the USA. USA has super overtuned states, but I do think that's they're good but not releasable. No, I'm just talking about OPM in the abstract. Islamic Yugoslavia, please no. Landfang Run, 5.5 SOL, yeah. But, I mean, we wanted to practice the Karen start, so let's at least think our way through it. So, we start with really good tech, we start with railways, and we start with, importantly, stock exchange. We even have to start with a company, so this is nice. I own my own company. You can't do this to me. We just got to get into the Karen spirit to kick things off. I am a member of this community. I mean, it's just going to be logging into construction sectors, right? Like this and then this. And then we are in the British market, so we can kind of do what we want in terms of a lot of things, right? Like, we just get to do this. It's probably not best. We can't do rail transportation. Wow, this market sucks. I would like to speak to whoever's in charge of this market. King William. I voted for Cali by accident. I thought you were asking doing starting steps. No, I'm just asking what people think is best. Karen run starting steps, lay down and die. No. Pretty sure you the first thing you do is you ask to speak with your manager. We legacy slavery. No police. Presidential republic of the Karen. I mean, I think we go back to autocracy or monarchy to kick things off. Probably this is the elephant in the room. Is how do we get off traditionalism as best as possible? You know what? As an OPM, it has to. Oh, we can't increase the market price of grain because we're in the British market. Fuck. So yeah, I guess we just crank up the logging camps and try not to peel our eyes out, right? And go tooling workshops after this, something like this. As far as tech goes, we really can't make good use of too many resources. Maybe this is something for another time, though. I would do water tube boiler, but we literally have no mines. We have to talk to the manager. So, you're a protectorate, right? I think that we are... well, let's see. Yeah, we're a protectorate. So... Transvaal over Novara, they get a lot of migration from the gold. Yeah, I'm thinking Transvaal is better. But specifically, if you were to play just as the... so Transvaal is also landlocked, right? So if you specifically had to be stuck on one state for the entire game, I think it would be California or Texas. Probably Texas, because California has the construction malice. But Navarra would, like, they're almost, like, slightly different, I guess. Maybe Transvaal best if you annex by France or UK and then release. Transvaal starts out with recognized with reasonable tech. One of their other problems is they discriminate against almost all their pop. Is another thing that they have. When a recognized country releases an unrecognized country, they release them as a protectorate. Unless it was changed. The problem is Transvaal is that it has hardly any pop. Yeah. And the context is also a little bit... But, like, if you're talking about which state is better, as the game goes, like, long, or, like, then, like, Transvaal is... Yeah, but you're also landlocked if you play Transvaal. But excluding the landlocked consideration... Like, if you're stuck on one province, then it's not Transvaal. But if you're stuck on one province, then it's not Navarra either. Because you would want way more arable land potential. Like, if you're stuck on one province for forever, then, like, what is this, 50? Yeah. Then, so, like, it would be between California and Texas. Probably Texas. You do get the oil. You have the 500... Wait, they nerfed it? No, it's 500 arable land. They just don't have all of Texas right now. And it would be like the opium to play. But I think we do another poll what we wanna do a little bit of a start on, and probably try and talk about yeah, but the question needs more context, I think. If you're stuck on one province, you can still vassalize, right? Yes, but you can't declare... I don't think you can declare interests without a port, if you're Transvaal. So even if you vassalize Zulu to be able to get out, you can't do any landings anywhere. You can't, you know, whereas like Texas and Cali, you can. This is an interesting run idea, though. The Navarra start. I actually kind of like it a lot. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like... No, I mean, California, Texas is probably going to get better views. Yeah. Alright, we're going to repoll what we want to play next, I think. Does the diplomatic position influence whether opium is good or not? I'm not sure. I guess you have to... I think that it needs more contextualization, yeah. I could start a Q&A. Alright, well, you guys can ask questions if you want. We're gonna run a poll. I didn't realize I could start a Q&A, so... who start? Since we're talking about opiums, I'm gonna put OPM in there. People were really asking a lot about Sikh, which I actually think is interesting in the context of local prices. Spain was what kind of won before, and then, South American country... we'll get the last slot that we'll repoll after South American. But yeah. Take an opium port in Zulu. Yeah, but the question needs the context of, do you just start on one province, or do you have to stay on one province? If you have to stay on one province, then you can't take Zulu. But you can join the UK's market. Portugal usually joins the UK market and plays opium role. You have to learn the whole feminism thing for Navarra. You have to lean into it for flavor. Q&A. I know what the acronym means. Hey King, how's it going? just running a poll. Looks like people are leaning towards a Spain start though, which is going to feature heavily Navarra as like the starting place. Last night I released a video talking about where I thought the best early game build tall states are, and I think Navarra I put in 4th. Although I'm not really certain that who deserves 4th, 5th between Navarra and Pennsylvania. I think this is one I could have gotten wrong. I think it's Navarra, but I'm not very confident in that. You know, more than double the logging camps is significant, and also the output modifier is pretty good on hardwood. It's just not very good early on, which is like kind of more the context I was thinking. You know, in terms of what's good. What is Q&A? Question and answers. So you guys ask questions, I give answers. Well, I suppose I could ask questions and you guys could give answers. So we're gonna take a look at Spain. We could do it through the hegemony thing, I think. Right? So we'll take a look at that. Or egalitarians, which one? Yeah, so in theory this is how we should start the games. I actually don't even have the hegemony achievement because it was like bugged out. I like theoretically achieved it like several times, but I never like actually achieved it. Excuses are real, huh? Okay, so, man, it already starts with tooling workshops and the like, so let's just look through our PMs. So almost certainly there are shitty PMs, yeah. So we'll have to import dyes. I don't think we have any coal to start. I think we'll want to build coal relatively early, but I think we just start blasting in Navarra, right? And do something like this as our lead off. I think we can afford that. I guess I haven't taken a look at what everything's going to look like yet. That was almost certainly one of our better taxes. Something like this. I think we can make pretty good use of the taxes, so we're going to tax mainly luxuries here. I think we're going to tax wine and then bolster. I think we also start off with a psychotic bolster or suppress, right? Oh, we don't? Alright, so we're going to do that. Then we decrease this. So that's authority spent out. And so I think we'll be able to afford those 5 construction sectors on wood frame, and then we slowly swap them over. We, of course, will want some of that. There's maybe some argument to moving your capital. We already have the uni in Madrid, though, so I think we could probably keep it there. Butchering tools is going to be a bit better, as is harvesting tools. I think we have enough tools to do this, although this implies we maybe don't. Privately owned, that's probably not well balanced yet in terms of what our starting shipyards count is. And then tech, we absolutely positively have to go stock exchange first on every single run now until the end of time. And then I don't know what the opening war looks like. Yeah, Spain is like kind of crushing. When should I take migration controls over no migration controls? Well, I'm not 100% sure the system works correctly. I haven't tested and made sure that we get the same amount of migration on no discrimination on no migration versus migration controls. There are some contexts where you want migration controls. Like, for example, if you were playing EIC and somehow UK manages to bink multiculturalism, you really want migration controls to prevent people from leaving. But generally, you want no migration controls. Migration controls have better pop approval, though, so they will be better in the uber long term, but no migration controls is necessary for some of the better journal entries. And so generally you go it, and then to not piss people off, you kind of stay it is kind of how I think. Reverse Q&A sounds fun. Let's poll whether we want a Q&A or reverse Q&A, I guess. I mean, I mainly meant this to be kind of an open kind of one, because we've played with 1.5 for a little bit now, and so I think I've developed a lot of opinions on it. It completely slipped, like, my attention, though, that they changed the state. I'm not sure if this is a 1.4 change or a 1.5 change, but 20% iron mines throughput is super good. But, like, what's the first war? Is always the question, right? I think we know the answer. Or maybe it's... Oh, you know what the answer is? The answer is, I think it's super meta to always declare an interest in game start in there, so that you can try and get a sway from the UK. Starting an oligarchy is super nice. I think we reform the government. So we're probably gonna try and exile for a guy. Do we start with colonialism? We probably do. Why do we not start with colonialism? What the hell? Spain does not start with colonialism. Don't think we want the slaver. The moderate we don't care about. The radical we don't care about. Let's see if there's anyone in charge. Okay, so we're looking for a jingoist. Not a slaver. We'll just recruit this loyalist. Royalist, rather. Crazy that we could put those guys on advance, but that's fine. Now we're gonna need to recruit. So this guy's neutral but positive, so he almost certainly rolls up. So now we're gonna exile this guy. And get our jingoist in. I'm gonna do this, and then we are going to go for colonial exploitation. Yay! Everyone's favorite. You can force corn laws with them. God, it's forward and reverse are freaking winning Bolivia opener. Yeah, pretty standard. 1.5, I'm pretty sure it was a byproduct of one guy on forum complaining about the mountain debuff, i.e. Sardinia. There's a ton of people complaining about that, wasn't there? Yeah, but we are going to open with Peru, Bolivia. Which I think is even better, because now they have rice. Until they nerf the rice farms, these things are stupid. So... Spain doesn't start with colonial affairs. Nope, absolute insanity. I agree. Spain's colonial times are over? Well... I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. Because they stopped calling... But, like... Did they not get any piece of Africa? Did they just stop? Yeah. What's the best way to pass autocracy as USA? Shoot. I don't even know. I guess procking a civil war, siding with the CSA, and then going autocracy after? Because the landowners like it? No? Colonize 3/4 of the continent? Forget how colonization works. Spain in a nutshell. Yeah. More like import a ton of gold, have hyperinflation, and you lose your entire armada to the UK. It's kind of their story. So I think we're supposed to take save and then dominion these guys. Now, why are we saving? Well, first of all, so we can save scum, but also, save scum is particularly important on 1.5. Because if we dominion them, there's a very, very high chance that they just offer to become a protectorate of someone else in exchange for help, which bricks our war goal. which is no bueno. This guy Jingoist. I guess we'll look in just a sec. I don't want to try and reverse sway over here, though. Forwards. Okay, so forwards is 1. We'll end the poll, and we'll... I haven't used this Q&A function. Say something, something. So, I'm guessing... Oh, this just deletes chat for me, and instead I just get questions? Interesting. I have not used this feature before. I don't know. I don't think my chat's fast enough for this to, like, be a feature that's important. It almost certainly isn't. So we're going to end this Q&A. Thank you for all the questions. For Iberia? Yeah, we can probably... I mean, this is probably going to be part of the strategy. We start with an obligation? What the frick? I hate that you can't Diplo Protectorate anymore. Can we station these armies anywhere near? I guess this is kind of close. But actually, we're probably going to want to split these guys a little bit more. So we'll recruit, advance, split. Recruit, advance, split. And then we'll position both the navies, like it's so tedious right now in terms of, yeah. We can sway. I think we will just... Or actually, what can we sway? What can we offer you? 4 goals? Nah. That would make our life easier, because we would have a front. We could give them an obligation. This wouldn't be too big a deal. We don't, though. Do something like that. No, start the Q&A. I've never seen that. You start the Q&A again. Never seen that feature. We could start it again, but it makes it so I can't see the rest of chat. So I think I don't want to. But I mean, we did say this was going to be Q&A. I think people can just ask questions, and I'm generally able to respond to them. Like, I don't have enough chat volume for it to be like good. Maybe we start it again for like 2 minutes and we let it roll. So I'm gonna answer all the questions now, and then I'll start the Q&A for like 2 minutes to let play, like take a look at it. If you have to learn a new language, what would it be and why? German, probably, so I could read German philosophers in German. Or Chinese for much the same reason. So I could read stuff in Chinese. Would probably be my... Let's just land at different kind of sides here. Oh, those guys are both at Iberia, so this works out. So we do have to get to La Paz. We're going to do the Caribbean guys first. And then, where are these guys? Yeah, they're stationed in Iberia. We want them stationed in Cuba. So it takes them less time to get to the front. Yeah. I tried 1.35 beta on Monday. It was terrible for me. What would you say got significantly better since then? 1.35? Oh, you mean 1.5? What has gotten significantly better? Nothing's gotten better since then. It's the same thing. I think it is Spanish. Don't you accept South Indian pops already as Spain on national supremacy? Oh, maybe. Yeah. Spain, Portugal's deal with the Pope. Spain gets everything west of Brazil. Portugal gets everything east, which I presume included Africa. Oh, that's probably it. Yeah. And then you just bricked out. That makes a lot of sense. I could see that. Brazil dying of Sag. Yeah, the classic Piratini, like, shuffle. Alright, let's... Ooh, I forgot to put it on live chat instead of top chat. Rip the dream. Sorry if I missed comments. But we'll start Q&A, and this is so player can check it out. But this is a feature, but what it does is it makes it so I can't see... it makes it so on my tab I only see questions. I don't see the chat anymore. How do I beat Algeria's France? You join them. I think joining their market and slowly clawing your way out alien style is probably the best way to do it. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, where I think that super meta is going to be reverse swaying, asking for war goals, and then we can ask for war reparations, or we can ask for something like Beijing. It looks like they won't give us Beijing or anything good, but we could just go for war reps here. Oh, just Tibetan war reps, because they're going for the other one, the Qing war reps? Alright, just kidding. We don't want to help you out. We want to do our own war. We can't get Beijing. We can't get any decent provinces. No thanks. So here is a bit unfortunate, but it looks like we're going to actually get one of our commanders here in time. Why is this guy coming here instead of... What the hell? Can we send you here? You were always supposed to come here, my guy. What are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell? Oh, those are enemy guys. Oh, okay. So this would be doable. Is this our 16 stack, or is it an enemy 16 stack? It might be an enemy 16 stack. Really hate how this landing is impossible. What's the name of your favorite book / story? Probably Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where it is the tale of the Three Kingdoms period in ancient China. Or not ancient, or I guess maybe it's ancient, like 200, like 180 AD to like 280 AD, roughly speaking, was this period, which eventually broke down into like three kingdoms, and eventually one just stomped the other, but it was like a warring period, when it talks about when should you pass anarchy law? Never. Can I actually swap back to see chat? Oh, I can swap back to live chat. Okay, I sent a question. Okay, so it does... Yeah, so it bifurcates it, so I can't see your questions in chat, but I can see your questions under questions. I'm probably going to end it after Magwa's. In Berlin conference, Portugal claimed a whole of Africa, but they didn't get nothing. Leopold somehow got Congo. Rip the dream. Sag. Okay, so let's end this, so I can focus more on live chat. But that's how that works. That's interesting. It separates it. Learn something new every day. We are probably going to just swap sides and capitulate here. Because the game mechanics make it impossible for us to land. Like, this is a war that Spain, I think, should be able to do at the start anyways, but we just can't do it because our landings get bricked. We could separate these into, like, 15 different navies and land the entire coast and hope they can't brick us fast enough, but, like, I mean... We're just gonna swap sides and capitulate. Would you consider yourself knowledgeable in history or not? Depends what period. I would say overall nah, but like... It depends what you're comparing me to, right? I think Spain should also be able to go after Qing. So, let's see what this is over. But again, we're going to run into the same problem in terms of, like, 1.5 execution. But they're going for Beijing treaty port and Qing war reps. You know what'd be really funny is if we could take Beijing before the UK gets to the treaty port. They're also gonna lose the treaty port when we take Beijing. But, oh my god. Let's just focus on the construction. Completely, like, lost the narrative here. So we're gonna add this, and then this will add behind. And we have a shortage of iron. Or we have a shortage of wood. So I guess we'll put it on... Yeah, just kind of a little bit of a shortage of everything. Was really supposed to be focused on, but I do think Navarra is the place we build up tall in the early. Brazil can revive, don't worry. You might be able to get EIC or something. Yeah. Oh, maybe. I don't think I had transfer subjects on them, but 1.5 is awesome. I love it. Yeah, AI seems to really like giving away their subjects. Yeah, they're super okay with it, generally. I think that they won't... I mean, they wouldn't do it for that war. It's kind of funny, though, that we can try and... Alright, we get colonial exploitation. I mean, I guess we're supposed to go out for Qing. Yes, dear. I think it's correct. I think it's still correct to also take Beijing for Forbidden City, even though... What's really funny... is we can try and sway the UK. I think if we sway the UK, they might back down. We're gonna put this as primary, and we're gonna offer to sway the UK. And if they back down, that'll break the UK's war goal. Enact freedom conscience. I wouldn't mind this. We could also get these guys in Gov like this. I think we have some while we have the oh no wait, it's not this. It's pro army, which we already have. Could really swap on the landed voting. I don't think we want to go there yet. I think we want to maybe do something like this. Since we have a movement anyways, can we invite an agitator? Nope. Let's just do this, because this is a decent law we could try and pass right now. I mean, they're gonna get a treaty port anyways, so why don't we just offer Mashaujo a treaty port and maybe brick the UK's war goals on the other one? Kind of funny. What do you think they do to improve companies so they aren't just a bonus? Well, they need to make it more dynamic. Well, first of all, they need to make it so that you can't just swap around which company you have to just guarantee yourself a 30% construction bonus at all times. So this is the first thing. So they need to give you some sort of type of malice. But also, like, this just is like a placeholder. There's like plenty of companies that, you know, are decent. Like, the infrastructure is decent, the minting is decent, the steel mills is decent. So they need to come up with more creative ideas for bonuses. You know, the birth rate's decent. But I think what they also need to do is give you some sort of bonus that allows you to run more trade volume of exports of companies, because if the globe recognizes that you have the superior product, whether it's like fish or like wood or whatever, they should be more willing to buy your products. And in doing so, you negate some of the negative effects of MAPI, which make trade worse and make... If trade is worse, specialization is worse. If they negate some of the negative effects for companies specifically, then what happens is now specialization is a little bit better, which seems to be the idea behind the companies anyways, to allow you to specialize, and so allow you to export to create buy orders to allow you to actually feel like you're specializing feels good. Currently, you just kind of flood the market with whatever you have a bonus on, and then the price gets too low, and then it's like not even that profitable anyways, so like, yeah. Which French dynasty is best? All hail the Sun King, Louis XIV. 15th sucks though, so he's still part of that dynasty. I think you need to build a company HQ or something like that. I think you should need to build one. That would be an interesting one. I think that's... We're talking about something much more fleshed out at that point, right? Let's lib Mongolia. Okay, so now we can lib Jili, which we haven't seen before. We're probably, do we not have enough maneuvers? Alright, we're just stuck in with this. We're hoping they just back down to us, though, which would be big lulls. Rework of the investment pool system so that companies are the ones that construct an autocute. This would also be neat. I agree. We might, we're actually gonna send, we're gonna go to the Discord and talk about a trade bonus on companies. Because, like, currently trade kind of sucks because MAPI sucks. So, like, when I export iron to France, let's say, it goes into their market, and so they can only consume it as if because of the local price effect, 15% is coming from local prices. When I decrease their market price for iron, it doesn't increase consumption as much as it should because the local price 15% is interfering. And so similarly, when I export iron from my market, it doesn't, the increase of buy orders pulling up the price doesn't pull it up as much as it should, all other things equal, because 25% is informed by local price, and so it doesn't increase the profitability to the degree it ought to. And, like, I would like to see companies, like, for this to matter for companies. We're probably going to swap sides and capitulate, but we'll see what we can do here. I don't think UK can get in on them either. I think they're just, because they can move their guys to the front instantly. But we'll try and make a landing, I guess. I guess, oh, you know what's funny is I think we can just take Formosa and there's nothing they can do about it because the landing stuff is bugged in the other way, so we'll do that. So we'll at least have some of the war goals, and then maybe we just try and land Beijing specifically to take them, this type of thing. Has the beta branch been crashing on you? Not really. Give Theocracy a MAPI bonus? Jesus. Jesus. Why should Theocracy get a MAPI bonus, or are you just memeing? I think you're just memeing. Get a load of this guy. Alright, so we're gonna increase this by a few, because we're making too much money. We are floating too much negative authority, so we'll ditch one of these. This type of thing. They need to make an ideology that prefers parliamentary over presidential. I know. I'm super sick of never being able to get an agitator for parliamentary republic. It's really asinine. Or they should just, like, sometimes... The problem is there's no one that favors presidential more, and I feel like you should have a chance to agitate for parliamentary, but you currently can't. So, because God moves mountains, so he can also move mountains of trade goods. That's fair, I respect that. If he's really omnipotent. Okay, so could God make a burrito so big that he would be incapable of eating it? Asking the real questions here. Let me know in chat. And then if he was not capable of eating said burrito, would he then not be omnipotent? Yep. This is what chat needs to know. Talking about MAPI bonus, it'd be cool if companies gave a MAPI bonus on the goods for your nation or the nation they're exporting to. Yeah, so I think that this was like one thing I was thinking of is either trade, what is prioritization or whatever, so you get a better route, or you get a decreased MAPI specifically on your company's goods. But that would only affect your end. It would also be nice if it affected, if your trade, if you export iron to France, France also gets like 1% improvement on MAPI. And so this would encourage France to be importing the goods from you as well. And so, like, and this could be also a way to affect MAPI, is trying to import stuff from people who have, like, specialization companies, but, like, it not work if it causes competition with your company or something. Help, it's 1880 and I'm playing France and losing depression. Paris is rising up. Please help. Oh, God. You're beyond help now, my friend. You click the escape button, and then you click switch country, and you switch to Prussia. No, you click exit game. The burrito would be so good, God would be unable to eat it, and simultaneously he'd still be able to eat it. He would be unable to eat it, but it would be already in his stomach, so it would have already been eaten. Bam, we got there. Jesus. Juan hitting Playa with the get good. For those of you who don't know, Playa is 100% memeing here. Not sure if John's playing along or not. Freedom of conscience. We do have to wait for this to get in, but I'm guessing there's no way for us to actually possibly enforce here, which I think the UK has no way of enforcing. Really excited for when they fix the navies to, like, for the UK to potentially be a powerhouse. This is a change I'm super excited for. Why did Nike's fan just literally only stay for the Ethiopia and then toot it and boot it? God, I feel used. Oh no, wait, there he is. Oh wait, no, Nike's fan hit the burrito response. Just kidding. I take it all back. You hadn't chatted in a while. I thought you just used us for our Ethiopia run. We get the martyr. Kind of hate this event. I hate this event because, if I recall correctly, it's mathematically like, oh yeah, we should do this one, but like it's a 75%, so you just almost always roll bad. Alright, so we can still add more construction. Let's just check what our construction sectors are on. So they're still on wood frame. We're gonna see if we can swap any of these to iron frame. But we really should have swapped some in Navarra to iron frame, because this is where our, well, whatever, fuck it. This is gonna cause a shortage, but... yeah, we made a mistake. We should have pushed the iron and, like, did the stuff in a little bit of a different order, but... I think once we finish the iron, we'll be fine. So here we get in, and now we're going to get out. See you later. But we do get in on Formosa, so we will get a faster tick, and eventually we will land. I guess maybe we shouldn't have swayed Great Britain, because we're going to be giving them a treaty port, and they're actually going to do nothing, because they can't do anything. So... Nike's fan I says, I literally just chatted, Lamau. I apologize. You'll see the... You will see the apology like 30 seconds from when you typed that, but 30 seconds or a minute from when I said this. There we go. Bam. Generalist doesn't remember his own chatters. Yeah, now who's the used one? Catching strays over here. Cutting off the trade capital doesn't affect the country because of local prices. It definitely affects the country, because most of the countries, so most of your price is informed by market price. And so, like, most of our price, 75% of our price is informed by market price. God, we still don't have stock exchange. Rip the dream. I guess we also want to build, jeez. Which law would you choose to give another Mappy bonus? Not fucking Zeppelins. I, like, really actually hate that they just made Zeppelins. This is, like, feels so lazy that they made Zeppelins good by getting them that. Now Zeppelins is like super meta, and it just like I don't understand why Zeppelins are supposed to give you market access impact. Yeah, it just doesn't resonate with me, man. Oh, you know what? We can totally land. We can just station here now. GG, this is how you invade China. You take Formosa first. Nothing happened in June of 1989. No one told them our strategy. You just station everyone there, and then you can actually land in Fujian and, like, stay there long enough. I accept your belated apology. Well, it's only, yeah. It's belated because there's, like, a 40-second delay. Perhaps I had said something in the last 40 seconds that would make the thing you no longer accept it. Do you think Mappy should go to 100%? Isn't that supposed to model the cost of transportation? I don't think it should go to 100%. I think it should still affect things, because then it just... I think the fact that you have to think about local economies and vertical integration is interesting, and it should never be completely removed from the game. But at 95%, you know, you can start thinking in globalized ways, like where you're extracting resources from Africa and not building anything there. And so I think it strikes perhaps a nice balance. Maybe it shouldn't be 95 exactly. Maybe it should be 93. Maybe it should be 97, something like this. Yeah. And UK gets the art of doing nothing. There's nothing they can do here, though. But what we might do is we might wait for them to... We have a ton of infamy, so we could just wait for them to just wipe peace out. Is forming Iberia even worth it? Probably. But now you can't Diplo get Portugal. I think you're supposed to Diplo get Portugal, but you can't get them as a protectorate this way anymore. Have you tried Ukraine? I have tried Ukraine. I did a Ukraine/ripping on Putin 15 hour stream, but it gets cut off after 12 hours, so I literally streamed 3 hours, like, thinking I was streaming, but YouTube only lets you stream for 12 hours, so I would have had to restart the stream. But it's, you can find it in my streams. It's, I mean, it's fairly political. Every hour on the hour I drag Putin, so, like, there's that. Zeppelins apparently are a good solution for logistics in our day and age, yeah. Who would have thought, especially the hydrogen ones. I think railway cars should give MAPI, or does it already? It does not. This is something that a lot of people have proposed, and they've talked about. The developers seem to indicate that they would prefer a system where, you know, you pay for transportation, and transportation is productive, and you pay for it based on how many goods you're importing to the province and this type of thing. But just from a gameplay calculation perspective, it's like it's not feasible. Is like what they say, basically. So something like this. Super profitable. And we, like, in theory, we should have played better to avoid that, but we're not, like, necessarily playing super tight, trying to answer questions mainly. What was it I said about it? Huh? I'm not sure. MAPI should go up to 100% at the very end of the game as a treat. You mean at, like, 1936? Like the last month? 1935 of December? You just get 100% MAPI? Everybody? You get a MAPI, you get a MAPI, you get a MAPI, everybody gets a MAPI. I'm down with that. I would love for them to make the tooltips say MAPI. That would be delightful. I don't think they would do that, but... We're pulling up on Freedom of Conscience, which is going to be a nice one. And we get Stock Exchange. Oh, MAPI. By the way, regarding cool states for vertical growth, you mentioned in a recent video, what do you think of Sao Paulo and Brazil? I almost honorable mentioned Sao Paulo. I do think it's probably the best one down here. They don't have a lot of iron mines, it's kind of the downside. But Sao Paulo is pretty good. They'd be... I might have mentioned them if they had hardwood output bonus, but they're not one of the states that get them. Minas Gerais is also decent because they do have a higher level iron mine, and they have the logging camps, and they have the gold. But they don't have the coal. So these two states in particular both look outstanding in that regard. They're like almost there, in my opinion. There's a couple that I actually should have mentioned that I didn't mention. I guess I could mention them now. Okay, we're gonna get our first corporation here. Over getting lathes faster. I think the first corporation's also insanely important in terms of research. But both the North Korean states are incredibly good in terms of building local economies, which we didn't mention, and also New South Wales, because everyone always forgets about Australia. But New South Wales is also really good. In particular, you're getting the gold, and so if you're already getting the gold in a state, you know, building, you have to build out the gold mines. It's just really good, and if you like have to build out the gold mines, this is kind of forcing you in a position. But it's also like a consideration that's like kind of difficult to manage because it's not necessarily that it's the best place to build this thing. It's that you have to build the gold mines, and if you have to build the gold mines, then suddenly you will be gaining more efficiency by building in the gold area, like in particular. Oh, UK did something. Or can we not? Oh, that's a UK subject that landed. Australia landed or something. Are you saving it Diplo? No, we're saving the Diplo because we're not like trying to play super optimized. We should be using it. We should be improving relations with these two at the very least. But then also maybe people we want to pull into our customs union like over a longer term type of consideration. So maybe some of the South American ones, maybe Egypt or probably Mexico. I don't think, but now you can't Diplo protectorate, so that might change. I don't know if that's a bug or what they wanna do. Remember that decreasing transportation costs through railroads does not improve mapping, but researching economics does. Yeah, that's kind of... Researching's, like the Zeppelins does. Not a fan of that. I was being serious about the Zeppelin thing. Like, for medium-range transport, think train replacement, Germany did a feasible study saying apparently it would work. Really? I don't know. Relative to... In terms of cost, relative to... railroads? 8.6 million GDP, how much will it decrease? At least 0.3 more. I want Mummy. I would like Mummy to do something too, yeah. We're probably just gonna land in Fujian, and this will give Mummy a chance to get here. I think we only have 2 landings left though. So... Or I guess we have 3. So we'll use one here, and so this fleet's gonna come here, but since we've now stationed the army in Taiwan, now we can get in instantly, and so this will be nice, and then everyone who's mobilized will be able to put in there, and hopefully that gives the UK enough time to get there, and then once the UK is in here, we will be able to land Beijing and move guys up to Beijing, I think. Something like this. We won't be able to enforce them below 0, but we can enforce them down to 0 a little bit faster. We could also demobilize so we could re-land better, but we're probably going to use that guy to land Beijing at some point. Can you do a tier list of every state in the game? Tier list video of every state in the game? What parameter? Like, best state for what? Or best state in the abstract? I don't think you can have a best state in the abstract anymore, in terms of considering things. Oh, let's just get rid of that. Agrarianism, it rears its ugly head, yet again. Dedicated police isn't too hard to pass right now. Maybe that's the play. Maybe rights of assembly. Probably dedicated police. Landowners kind of really hate it though. Let's just do it. YOLO, you know what I mean? Oh, of course we have to designate a strategic objective, otherwise our guys won't push. We do want our guys to push it. But now they're all leaving over here, so we will be able to land up there. Maybe we just try and finish this war a little bit faster. Honestly, some Siberian states aren't bad rainbow states. Yeah, if you watch the video, I said, like, at the very start, if I allowed multiple states from a single country, it would just, like, half would be one country. That country would have been Russia. Like, Irkutsk, 30 logging camps is tremendous, like, early game, right? Transbaikal, we have the 24 logging camps, although Transbaikal I mentioned. Tomsk, also tremendous, you know, like, the Perm and Ural and, you know, just like so many of these are really good just because logging's so good early on. You know, even Moscow is really good too. 34 logging camps, 30 iron mines, 30 coal mines, like, that's probably better than like Hokkaido. Well, Hokkaido's a special consideration because while they're really good, like, on one aspect, they just, like, can't do it. I think there's another one in, oh, I thought there was one over here that had iron. Oh, yeah, Greater Poland also, well, Greater Poland's not that great, but, like, Russia, like, in particular with the local prices, Russia can really crank up really well. Yeah, of course, if you're playing Russia, you have perm, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that was kind of like the argument I made in the video, was that it's opportunity cost that we're thinking through, and so yeah, you just But this lighting change is like such a big such a big deal. Oh my god, we're out of infrastructure. Good thing we have our lighting. Although I think we have our decree down already. So, or do we not road maintenance? So we'll road maintenance it up. We should have been road maintenancing anyways. But now we need to think about, okay, where's the next place we build? So maybe we overbuilt a little bit the construction sectors, the amount, but I think it's between these two. Alright, we're gonna build here. So we're gonna build a couple of these, and then here also notably is not landlocked, so we can get a bit of extra infra from the ports. And something like this, auto expand. Auto expand. I really hate that we have a level 5 paper mills in place without sulfur. Just like at the game start. So something like this. Once the Zeppelin is filled, they probably don't have much fuel cost. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. That was like, I considered that that's a possibility. Hopefully UK's sending over here to be useful. State tier list, which one has the coolest shape? Dude, I'm down. Probably the Trucial states. U, it's a U. They buffed Siberia a lot. Can you? Yeah, they added so much logging. They also added a bunch of logging in here. I don't know all the states that they added logging to, which is gonna require some, you know, picking out. But I believe there's several states in the Amazon that just have more logging. Like I don't think Amazonas had 32 before. Can you the economy with market manipulation? Yes. I can the economy with market manipulation. I have the technology. We can manipulate him. I think we just land. We try and get this war and oh, our one stack is been used. Alright, well, fair enough. We'll just look to finish this up. I think the UK is probably a little over this anyways. Yeah, they're a little bit over it. They of course are happy with getting the treaty port, but they've had maybe enough. So hopefully we can get them out. Hello, I switched from laissez-faire to cooperative ownership and private construction went absolutely down. What happened? There's way less investment pool transfer. When you are on laissez-faire, it's your ownership will be capitalist. Oop, don't want to do that. Joey might enter chat if we do that. What you get 20% contribution when your ownership is capitalist, and when you switch to workers co-op, your ownership becomes shopkeepers, and the shopkeepers only give 5% of their investment pool, so it roughly cuts your private construction by 75%. It's not quite 75% but like roughly is like a way to think about it. And now it's 190 to 200. Immediately after you swap, your economy will just generally tank as stuff needs to readjust based on different consumption profiles of pops because you fired all the capitalists. And so generally there's like let's try and import some of this. Generally there's like a very significant inflection point that's like kind of important to be aware of. But like once you pass that, yeah. Where are we supposed to build the arms? This can't employ up because of the iron. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, we didn't swap our PMs because right now cannons don't work. Let's just do that. Now we should be fine. But yeah. I don't think any state had over 30 logging before the beta. No, there were a couple. Tver did. I'm not sure if it was 40, but it was over 30. I don't think it was quite that high. I can't remember. You could roll back and see. There's always been Russian states with I don't know about the plus. I don't think there's a single one with over 40. I believe Tver was always the one with the most. Is the beta military still buggy? Absolutely insanely buggy, like unplayable. You have to switch sides and capitulate a lot. Like I would not do an achievement run because like in order to like make the game progress as it should, you have to do a lot of like swapping around. Yeah. No, not immediately, but with time, private construction just went down. Okay, well, so as the economy just over time starts to get depressed, they will only auto-queue build buildings they think are profitable. So as they think no buildings are profitable, they eventually, you know, it starts moving in that direction. Can we reform the government to maybe pass the law? Maybe. So now you'll say yes, but you really want that Shazhou treaty port. Kinda don't want to give it to you. You kinda didn't do anything. If you go co-op, is there any incentive to go back to a more regressive form of taxation? It depends what you mean by regressive. I think you either want graduated or consumption when you're at that phase of the game. So if you're calling this regressive, then yes. But I don't think, well, is there a reason? See, the thing is you kind of start wanting the lower taxes and not extract a lot of money from the economy. And you generally want to extract money from the richest pops. Yeah, I think you still want to stay on graduated or swap to consumption. Would be my guess here. Amazonia also has 40 logging. This is new. Where is Amazonia? Oh, is it split? It's a split state, Amazonas. Okay, yeah, it's split between these three. Wow, they just had to give them a little bit. They had to give them this little bit. That's one logging cap. Did 1.5 come with another nerf to getting multiculturalism? Not a direct nerf. Certainly the fact that corporations are better makes getting, like, these laws becoming important makes it longer before you get, like, feminism, I guess. In that sense, it's like an indirect nerf. Yeah. Graduated's best, yeah. Pretty much, I think. Peleus hitting you with the facts. You can smell the truth all on his breath. Both Colombia and Bolivia have a little bit of it, yeah. I mean, we could propose this deal. We don't absolutely hate giving them a treaty port. We just kind of rather... It's the principle of the thing, you know? But we do get Beijing finally. We'll, of course, need to build a port there, because they never have a port there at game start. And we have the Forbidden City. Yay! I really think that they should tie the legitimacy that you get from this, from having, and the authority. I really think it should be tied to having Confucian. I think that this is super... we definitely want to incorporate this, though. And it's like, well, why do you want to incorporate it, Generalist? That's how you make this 10% negative throughput modifier go away. So you can get 5 more authority and 2 more prestige. Oh yeah, baby. Now we drew it up. I think we take this one, even though we're likely to, like, encounter some problems. Don't want the naval base in Beijing. Don't think we want that. But now we're switching to also to being more in Valencia. We have that on auto expand. Man, we don't have condensing pump engine. The tech metagame I think has changed so much in terms of like how you're starting to crank. Having those like Prussia feels so much stronger, like having the techs at the start for the corporations and stuff. Maybe we take a closer look at Belgium, but Belgium having companies at the start is also like pretty significant, you know? So I mean, I think that this is the Spain opener, right? So maybe we pull again and we take another look at some other country, something like this. Consumption tax, remove all goods and you get 0 tax, turn country to heaven. Looking forward to corporations. The Brazilian state acre will spot in Bolivia. Very funny that the Soviet Union with corporate cooperative ownership, you can make puppets without regime change. Is interesting. Paul 34 says retracted. I agree. Port in Beijing. Okay, now I'm leaving. Kids are calling me. Alright, see you later, Nikes fan. Alright, it's time to do more Ethiopia. We're switching back to Ethiopia, everybody. Alright, but we will take another look at... What is Confucian? I only know Mahayana. The truth hurts. Alright, what? Start test. But I think that, you know, this Peru, Bolivia... USA, Belgium... Let's add Persia... And then Punjab, I guess? I can't remember which other ones did well earlier. And we'll take a look. So just to kind of talk through, I think this is, until they nerf the rice farms, I think going after Peru, Bolivia is like even more better than before. Because you can annex them and then you can auto queue up rice farms. You annex them once they unite, and you can make an argument New Granada, like similarly, also has rice farms that you can auto expand. They have them in a couple spots. Awkwardly, they have them where they also have the opium, so I'm not 100% sure what the strat is there, but in particular, just like cranking out the rice farms seems really strong. But with you know, Spain in particular, it's just so nice. Like throughput, we're getting 20% from Basque iron ore. Throughput is so good at game start, and it has diminishing returns in terms of like the value of the state throughput has diminishing returns, or throughput in general has diminishing returns, but throughput from economies of scale is increasing returns. Because of how you're improving every building before it, up until you get to 51, and then it doesn't. It doesn't have increasing returns. So, but like this 20% throughput when we're on like 0 is just so strong. So like, I think Spain will have a much more explosive start. You look at this GDP, this crank up right here. This is all off the iron mines and not off of annexing Beijing. No. But yeah, so I think that this is going to be pretty strong. But this like tech like hurts quite a bit, and maybe Belgium's just like better than Spain now, which is like kind of wild to think about. But like Belgium, you start with the good tech, you start with the companies, you can crank faster, and you have this beautiful Wallonia state. You know, and so yeah, bruh. First run that might be something to look into. Oman, maybe, because you have interest in a bunch of places. Juan says, gotta go. Thanks for answering your questions. Good luck with the stream. Thanks, Juan. You have a good one. We'll probably be streaming another half hour to an hour, something like this. What's something you all think would be cool to have in the game? I wish that there was a better tech tree. It feels very meh at the moment. Very randomized research or innovations, etc. I would love to have a system like laws, but instead it's cultural, and you can influence it kind of indirectly and slowly. Like being at war will raise jingoist tendencies in your culture, for example, and like this type of thing, which actually incentivizes not being at war constantly if jingoism is not something you want. And you can slowly pull stuff in that direction. I also think that news should be a good that pops consume, and that this should interact pretty heavily with the free speech thing, and so and it have like positive effects on like tech spread and this type of thing. To some extent it's captured in services right now, but I'd like to see something a little bit more dynamic, and this would also like news and your freedom of speech would greatly affect your ability, the cultural overlay as well. And this is something I'd like to see. So, like, you would have overview, government, laws, culture, and then institutions. And then you would have a bunch of different things like jingoism, like, and that, like, a lot of these would be shuffled off to culture. Like, this would still be a law, but, like, for example, what is it? You know, citizenship would become you know, a matter of who can vote and who is discriminated against, but like something like multiculturalism, I think would be more in line. Like passing multiculturalism in terms of law would be easy, but getting a multicultural like culture would be very, very, very difficult, and you would like bifurcate some things like this, you know, and also you could like for school systems you could like allow more, like you could allow all these types of schools simultaneously, and then your culture could determine which schools are actually getting built, or something like this, and affect clout. And so like you could have like you know, lagging effects from certain looks, and then like trying to influence your culture would be interesting. And then like you know, have news also be combined with like literature and like this type of stuff, and you know, having journal entries for like funding the sciences and funding like various things like kind of like this, I think would be super cool. It looks like everyone's kind of pretty bullish on Persia, so we will exit game and go to main menu and take a look at Persia. Companies should get more independent agents instead of a flat bonus. I agree, but this is something it's currently like in its super earliest iteration, so criticizing companies it feels a little weird right now because they're just like, it's almost like a placeholder for something else. Beijing increases GDP to 1 million. Yep. The news idea is super interesting. So many ways that it could affect pops in the game overall. Yeah, so I would really love to see this, but I also think this is beyond the scope of 1.5 as well. Especially if it could go over borders, and well, in theory maybe it could if you know, if they allow it, you know, if there's not a crackdown on this type of stuff, and you could export news and books, and yeah, exactly. And so then there would be like espionage, cultural like dissent, and this type of stuff. So we have an interesting situation here, which is that we don't have any states that are really good. We have Ishfan that's almost good, but notably is lacking in wood. And we have this province, which notably has wood, but is lacking in iron. Also, it doesn't have too much infrastructure. I think that we have this state as well, but it's not, yeah, it doesn't have the resources. So I think that the play here is to go decrees and road maintenance here, and just try and do it here. Like Big Sad, if this had iron and logging, I think we would build here instead, but having just the logging, now we will have to eat the unfortunate Mappy Malice for, you know, producing wood in one place and shipping it in another, which really sucks because it is the kind of place. However, Persia notably starts with interventionism, which is just fantastic. I suppose we could swap agrarianism if we wanted, like, on a very temporary basis. This would be good because a big portion of our investment pool is almost certainly coming from sub-farms, but this is not going to be good long-term, and we would rather be on LF. But as far as tech goes, I think we do have to open stock exchange pretty handedly, and then we have to have a think between, like, academia or the production techs. Something like this. So you start with like really backward technology, but somehow interventionism, which is just like this interesting dynamic, I think. Let's take a look at our PMs and talk to chat. Okay, so chat's not chattering. Okay, so we can probably do that. We will have to make some stuff, and maybe we go gas streetlights pretty early on. I think we'll be able to afford maybe 4 construction sectors here, and then look to maybe start swapping them. Actually, maybe let's just try and swap. I think actually we will start to want to swap really early because we do not have any wood here. So maybe just build the one, and then we'll build an iron mine. No, because we want to build a couple. I guess we'll build a couple over here to make use of the logging. Yeah, okay, I like that. And then we'll swap to the iron mine one, and we still get to build 3 construction sectors, and that'll be a little bit better. Now, where's our furniture manufactory? It's over here. So it's here where we have the wood. So we're gonna make this hardwood production. That way it will supply this a bit better, so that'll be profitable. I don't think, do we have tools even? I don't know why. Okay, no. So let's go citrus orchard. We do not have any tools with which to swap. I think we go trawlers just so we can get this. And then we'll import probably I guess we do want a shipyard here at some point. Because the bonus is here. Not sure if that's going to be the first priority, but it will. It's probably not going to make that much money. We would want to increase taxes and bolster, I think, the Intelligentsia type situation, because we do want to get off slavery. And then I don't think our consumption taxes are really making too much money, probably. Now, we have some places that have a lot of pops, but I think we're just going to tax this stuff. So let's tax the liquor as well. And that'll be good. I missed manually managing army, dead chat, XD, rips the dream, yeah, basically. Now, y'all's is just thinking or paying attention. Make a Mexico playthrough, please. I have done Mexico on stream before to get the achievement, but that's something that's far enough removed now that it's maybe an idea to revisit in the near-ish future. I think we start off using cannons or something, but we don't make any cannons. What's up with this? What's our... Oh, we need a... We start off with some stupid routes as well, because we don't use cannons now. Don't think we want to import any of this, and so this will save us some bureaucracy, which will allow us to tax better. I'm waiting for a better infrastructure system. What do you not like about this one? The biggest change would be if there was a movement of goods between provinces and how we expand our routes determine the efficiency of our market. Yeah, this is too many game calculations, though. Something's gotta give. They'd have to, like, abandon the pop system, or they need to come up with some other way of doing it. Dead chat, rip the dream. Evan chats for the chat. No, I mean, overall, since 1.5 dropped, I've been getting much better, like, numbers, like, in general sense. But I am trying to be very interactive this stream, because I kind of labeled it more as a mixture of like taking requests and answering questions and talking about 1.5. I think 1.5 really negatively affects Persia though, because this wood stuff. Because otherwise you would just like import the wood. Wood's so important early on. You'd rather be able to make the wood, and like the industry's like important, but like man oh man, is this gonna suck. It's gonna suck something hard. We're probably gonna import wood from Russia. But this makes every country in the Middle East way worse, because this is a thing that's like chronic in the Middle East. Like this entire region here does not have a lot of wood, and this is like very significant. This is like so much worse when you take into consideration like the MAPI, because you can't just like import wood. Like not only do you lose having the best industry in the game basically, but suddenly the thing that you could otherwise do about it, like, you can't really do about it anymore, so. If you start as Buganda, you colonize your way out of being landlocked by being decentralized nations, worrying about malaria, pretty sure. Idea for a run. You encounter the UK before you can colonize your way out. I've done a little bit of practice for it. You just, like, annex everything, and then you sit there for, like, a couple hours until the UK comes in, and then you, like, can you can join their market and start pumping up a little bit, but like overall it's not, I tried it a little bit. I think we go for the coal mines here as well, somewhat early. We're starting to get like a lot of construction, or like a lot of surplus money, so I think we just add another construction sector here. That's assuming the UK doesn't cut off your coastline. Eventually they will. The UK will always come in through here now. I haven't seen them not do this in forever. But you can colonize a little bit this way, but like somehow you have to fight. Basically somehow you have to fight through the UK, unless like the UK somehow doesn't go through here, which they always do. And like you can't get with the starting tech for here, you can't get onto colonization fast enough. There's hardly any logging in Central Asia, yeah? Oh yeah, this is another region, yeah. I was thinking, well, just like all through like this. And Egypt especially suffers a lot. Like, it starts picking up a little bit over here. But like zero logging, zero logging, zero logging, zero logging. Constantine has a little bit. Constantine's kind of an okay state. It does have a 20% iron bonus with the infrastructure construction malice as well. But yeah, I think overall, like Ethiopia from start versus Buganda from start, or Rwanda from start, Rwanda would perform better. Even though Nike's fan, of course, requests the Ethiopia. I'm doing an Algeria running 1.4, and there's barely any wood in northern Africa. Yeah, the entire region really suffers quite a lot. You know, it stretches all the way. It's like this entire band of like, in like the old world, this entire band right here doesn't have a lot of wood, which is fair. That's like where it's really dry. To be fair, like Italy doesn't have that much either. You know, it's really like this entire like longitude latitude, right? That doesn't do too well. Like, to be fair, in the US, like, it's bad here overall. But yeah, they really suffer. I think, like, down here also isn't too great on the wood, but, like, that's, like, less of a significant, like, thing. Also, wood is pretty bad in Australia, so it's, like, these two bands, you know, however many degrees north and south of the equator, it all makes sense. UK isn't colonizing Kenya yet. Also, we didn't do any law passes at the start because we're bad. We can't exile our guy though, so it's like there's less stuff we can do. Which that's like really like painful one. Yeah, yeah. Forming Arabia is a pain because you have literally zero logging camps. Joining Britain's customs union was good before, but Mappy's making it significantly worse. Yeah, it is. I actually think, like, you maybe shouldn't even focus on forming Arabia if you, like, started Egypt. Like, it would be better to try and conquer your way into, like, some logging or some better provinces or something like this. I agree with ZBYC. Mappy should affect nearby provinces and better info should make it better. I agree, but the calculations for this makes it too strong. Is it possible for state-based mapping modifiers code-wise? I don't know. I want to see if there's good-based mappy, because I do think corporations should give you a mappy bonus. Like, I think that this is like a way in on the corporations too. Like, if every company, when you had high productivity, gave you a mappy bonus on that good, that would be so nice. Or if it just gave you a mappy bonus. Perhaps instead of a construction bonus. Echoli is the best Great Lake Kingdom because of accepted cultures. Homelands are much bigger, colonize a bit faster. I will keep that in mind to some extent, but like, Rwanda is more recognizable a name. If I were to make videos, I think Rwanda does better. You could conquer into Ethiopia for some logging if you want to stay in the same general region. For Egypt, yeah, you could do this, but Ethiopian states kind of suck too. So like, what are you gonna? I mean, I think you try and go after some actually good states. You like try and go after logging in here maybe. Magua says, it's me, your only viewer. For months I've created the illusion that you're streaming to a large audience, but there's the truth. All these people are in chat are me. The truth hurts. I thought I was so popular. Clearly I was wrong. We do want to add more construction sectors. But we also want to switch this to iron frame kind of quickly. God, this sucks. We have a shortage of wood. Man. Yeah, playing in Persia now is going to kind of blow, isn't it? That sucks. We're going to import from Russia. But, like, importing wood is just a play pattern that's actually really ass, like, having to do. Like, you don't want to be importing wood. You're going to have such a, like, slow start importing wood and not having a company, even though Persia is nice because it doesn't start with traditionalism. The other stuff's pretty significant. Yeah. And for now, you will be convinced of this. I will send all my message from all my accounts. It's me, your only viewer. Oh my god. We've done it. We've created the illusion that we're streaming to a large audience, but this truth, all the people in chat are me. It's me, your only viewer. My favorite copy pasta. I used to write copy pastas to troll my friends, because my friend's wife, or now wife, like, started streaming, and my favorite was, like, "Hi, my name is Diego. I have a dream of one day becoming a walrus. Some of you might not, like, believe it's true or that I can do it, but I think with hard work and dedication, one day I will be able to achieve my dream of becoming a walrus. Please drop a fish in chat so that I can become a walrus," or something like this. I'll have to find that one, but Paul34. I'm gonna actually screenshot this. This is the first time you guys have copy pasted. Truly, this is a historic moment. The first copy pasta. Yeah, better to go conquer actual states, though. I mean, like, even down here, there's some logging. There's logging and rice. New meta, go after Siam. Get that logging and rice. The rice is OP. I'm only half kidding. Brunei, in particular, also looks really good for the similar reason. They have a decent amount of logging. They do have a hardwood output, and they also have the rice. Got rice. Got rice. Peleus says fish in chat. Fish in chat for Diego the walrus. One day I'll achieve my dream of becoming a walrus. Yeah, it's just so grim. It really sucks that, like, the one state, like, this state would actually be okay if it had, like, 5 logging camps, you know? It'd be so much better. Like, you'd just, like, you'd be so much happier. Borneo now becomes even more desirable. Yeah. Also giving you the adjacency to the adjacency to Lanfang for Great Qing. Like, you just hyper go for this. Like, I think that's the play here, actually. I think we're playing this wrong. I think we're supposed to build a naval base here and just go for Borneo. Clear miss. I mean, I think we're supposed to go for Oman as well, and vassalize them, and, like, here, declare our first interest, not in Central Asia, but in Arabia, and then go for Oman, and then we get a bunch of interests in several areas, which helps out quite a bit. Something like this. I don't think we declared a single war here, so we're kind of slacking. We're kind of mainly just chatting, trying to talk about ideas. You know, it's so fascinating to me that, like, Belgium is also just like, aw, man, I wish we maybe saved some things, but Belgium just pops off every single game. Like, here, let's actually just save this up. Alright, well, whatever. And we're just gonna load one of, like, the save files we kind of had going, and hopefully not spoil stuff that we're working on. Republic of China? What's that? It's in 1955. Oh no. Indian territory was, like, such a mess, we couldn't do it. This was a Qing start where we were natural spreading romanticism. Just trying to re-roll for that specifically. Okay, so we're gonna load this North German. Or Germany, okay. And episode 3. So this is our Germany run. We're just gonna take a look at, like, how caked up Belgium is, and then we're going to continue to, so we're gonna do this in maybe, so, like, Belgium starts with, like, 2 million GDP. They're at 13 million. Look at the crank up. Like, no one else has as steep a crank up as them. And it's because of this Wallonia business. They get to have just, like, this uber mappy province. Question just crossed my mind. How does trade works now? Obviously, you import it's a specific price, but what's the price based on the trade center? So trade it works in the same way. It affects market prices, but since not all of your prices are market price anymore, and they're influenced by local prices, trade is in effect nerfed. Mapping affects trade routes by nerfing if you have. So let's take a look at the local prices here. If there's a mapping of 84%. this means that a trade route is only affecting 84% of the price instead of 100% of the price like it did before. So ich bin dein einziger Zuschauer ist in Persia und I can only read like a third of that, Paul. Actually, I like I can only read like the I's in there, basically. The I's and the N's and like these ones. Belgium was always not bad. Yeah, I mean it was always okay, but it doesn't pop off like it does now. So let's load a different run that's a little bit deeper. Because this is only 61. This is like relatively shallow run. And I'll be able to show, like I saw Belgium I think with over 100 million GDP. You could conquer all the Netherlands really easy. Yeah. Run idea, forming Benelux as Dutch East Indies. Oh, that's spicy. I like that. So let's find a deeper run here. You see there's like a lot of saves because like we had to save before declaring wars because the stupid thing's so buggy. Alright, so this is the end of episode 7 here. I'm impressed by Belgium AI growth, but I'm not impressed by AI growth. No, but it's like, it's not AI growth in the absolute sense, but the relativistic sense. Like, where's Belgium here? I guess Belgium never popped off this one. Or they're popping off at the end here. That's weird. I think they got over 100 million in the first run I did. So, and this is the Japan run. Do we have enough rice? Probably not. Yeah, this was obscene though. The way we could collapse the economy instantly by making the cash reserves drain and we just default instantly because so much of our economy was rice. That was actually kind of neat. It's also underwhelming. Yeah, the AI sucks, but like this is such a hard thing to fix as well. I don't know. Play 3v3s. That was German version of I'm your only viewer. Oh man, that makes sense. I'm gonna go after Madagascar. It has decent resources. Yeah, Madagascar is a good shout. Yeah, it's like it notably has a ton of logging. It's one of the easier states to go after that has a lot of logging, right? So, yeah. Madagascar is definitely a good shout, though, for that reason. I mean, there's also a lot more logging in these interior Congo states, too, now. This was one of the buffs, which I'm, like, a fan of. It's fine. I thought there was some with, like, 20-something. Well, maybe it's not as big a buff. They said that they buffed it. Nigeria looks a lot better. We maybe could have tried to spike an interest there, but I think that with the reverse sways, if they have extra interest, they set an interest in North China to try and reverse sway off the UK. I think we just annex these guys. Do we not have our interest set? Oh, just kidding. We wanted to go after Oman, but we changed our mind. And builds AI revision mod made AI a bit better. Yeah, I've been meaning to test that one out. I was looking at that mod. I was also looking at a Cold War mod. The Cold War mod's super rough right now. I don't know if I'm going to make a video on it or not. Or if I should. But I've spent a couple hours looking at it. Kind of feels bad if I can't make a video on it. I know I was talking about... Oop, no, we just want to conquer it. You know, I made a... Yeah. I think we... Can we... Oh, we can do filing cabinets. I mean, the problem is now we're going to have a paper shortage, but... We didn't mean to do market stalls. We meant to do paper. Alright, so now we have to import paper. God. It's just, so paper's just gonna be way more expensive though too. Trade, like, I think trade suffering from Mappy a lot is not something I really like, and it like makes specialization worse. This, like, yeah. You can't test it now. It doesn't work in 1.4. I would have to roll back for 1.3. Interesting. Attack Qing and scream lightweight, baby, lightweight. Yeah, ain't nothing but a peanut. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. I mean, I think in theory we could enforce on Great Qing by landing Formosa and then repeatedly landing Beijing. That sounds super tedious, though. And we'd have to, like, make 15 armies or some shit like that. I'm not about that. Aroi and Builds is an updated version of 1.3.5 with support for 1.3.6, but its further development is suspended. RIP. RIP the dream. Marino, Ripperino. What do you think a two-tier system where Mappy is divided between regions and provinces? You'd need more calculations, is the problem. I actually suggested something like that, but also with the caveat that I think it would be problematic for more. Or I suggested it with local goods specifically, but I think it would have problems. Obviously, we should just land with, like, one stack there, but it's kind of whatever. Trade shouldn't be affected by it, IMO. Yeah, it's not that trade is directly affected by it, but it's indirectly affected by it in a way that's particularly uncomfortable. I think we switch on the iron frame here. And then this place gets to employ up. You're already having to import it, assuming the bureaucracy and convoy cost is affected. Why should there be further affected? Interesting design choice. Well, it's because the trade only affects the market. You could make it so that where a good ever gets imported to, it, like, creates local orders there, like this trade center where we're importing wood. You could say local orders are created in this province, but that would create other problems. What do you think of my suggestion to make voting cost bureaucracy? Yes or no? Did you put that in their Discord? I think that's a fine change, but it's an annoying change. You should get... Yeah, I'm not sure. It's an annoying change. People didn't like my proposed change to the rice. They didn't feel that it should be nerfed. I thought that was a little crazy. Number of Navy doesn't affect the offense of the army. Well, the thing is you get in instantly, because it's bugged. So there's no battle. You just take the whole state, and since it's just one state, it doesn't... You just get in. I think the trade centers should make local production. Yeah, it makes sense. No, you didn't actually suggest it. I mean, it's not unreasonable. It seems like it's adding complexity without much payoff is the kind of would be my objection to it, more so than actually thinking it's not a good mechanic. Like, is it going to affect your decision making tremendously? Not really. It's just going to make you slightly prefer not voting, but like voting is still super good, so you're going to do voting anyways. Just more bureaucracy. But yeah, I think my rice suggestion was pretty even, and no one responded to it from the dev team, but like, I don't know. The PM's super stupid. Like, or the PM's not stupid, the construction cost is stupid. Have you played Hawaii? No. Can we take a look? It has wooden logging camps. It's not terrible. It has rice farms. The rice farms would actually be notably pretty good. We have hardwood output. Yeah, that would be pretty good. This like bifurcated crank up is like super awkward, where we have the wood things over here, and then once we get the iron or once we get the tools going, we're gonna turn on the wood sawmills. But this start feels like a little bit scuffy. Making Oman into a vassal is going to be good. I guess maybe we're supposed to declare on France for recognition and just land Corsica here. That's probably what we're supposed to do. Oh well. Maybe we'll do it next. Hawaii has unique interest group ideologies. Palea is just trying to bait me into switching. Devout supports laissez-faire. The downside of Hawaii, though, is you're playing Hawaii. Russia sides with Oman. Come on, man. It's gonna be for freaking transfer Oman, isn't it? I guess not. What did they side for? Conquer Tabriz. Yeah, Persia's interesting. It does suffer. Well, it's interesting because it suffers a lot from the Mappy, right? We're just gonna load. I mean, mainly testing here, but yeah. But it's suffering quite a bit. I'm gonna put this on auto expand. The shipyards probably is not a priority, so we'll just kick that back to the bottom. I don't even think the shipyards will employ up halfway. Also, yeah, because we don't have enough like fishing wharves for that to like really be that good right now. I don't think. Probably gonna end the stream in the next 20-30 minutes. So we don't think we can enforce there now. I mean, maybe we're supposed to Dow France. God, that feels kind of terrible. Let's do that. Let's go after Zulu. We'll save beforehand, because we don't want the UK joining with the thingamajigs. I mean, maybe we could have won that war against Russia. Probably not. They probably just push us in. I mean, we're definitely not playing super tight here. Should be adding construction sectors. I think where we have logging specifically, but just keep them as wooden buildings. I don't know. Feels pretty bad to be running this big a positive, but we want to swap to iron frame, but like we don't have iron where we have our construction sectors, and we want our construction sectors where we want our wood, and so this initial crank up is actually just incredibly awkward. And there's, yeah, just kind of thinking through this. This is interesting. I mean, it's interesting. It's just like Belgium, like what you do is really obvious, right? Because you have the rainbow state and you just built there. There's a little bit more decision points here with Persia. Like we probably should have built up these construction sectors first. We're finally gonna get stock exchange, which is gonna be big nice. Guess we're gonna save and go after Zulu here. That might not be what we do, but we just want to be able to unpause. I think maybe we want colonization. I don't know. I mean, we're not nat spreading it. Academias also would be important. Yikes. We're not passing any laws, so we'll just go colonization. Zulu refuses our demands. What's the incorporates speed of Hawaii and China and Indonesia? This is an interesting question. I don't even know what what their primary culture is. I'm guessing they have like Polynesian culture group, and it's not good. Cultural trait Polynesian and Indian Oceanic heritage, and so my guess while they're largely Protestant, is you could incorporate maybe some of these faster or whatever, but that's not that useful. I'm guessing Hawaii is a meme run, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, it's Polynesian. Yeah. Guessing it's a meme run. Is the meme Mario? I think the tooling workshop's more important. Just feels like a very slow start. We should have added a little bit more, but oh no, we got everything in there. And we'll get the free naval invasion because it's bugged. We'll just send them all. Not optimal, but I'm just trying to think through if there's like a way to like really improve. I think, yeah, maybe it's just you spread out construction sectors, you make use of, you know, you build construction sectors where you have a lot of pop, because where you have a lot of pop is going to have, like, so we build construction centers in Tabriz or something, because where you have a lot of pop, you're going to be getting a lot of wood from this in your local price, and it won't be too inflated, hopefully. You build a lot of those construction sectors, and then you build some in Isfahan, with the idea of switching to iron mines with Isfahan, something like this, I think is the way you're going to do it with in regards to local prices. But man, that like feels bad. So you're going to build like, I don't know, 8 construction centers, maybe 10, with the last one in Isfahan, and then you will start switching Isfahan up to iron frame, and then building a few more there, maybe up to 3 to 5, and then start switching all the outer ones to iron frame slowly, which is they're gonna have to pay a little extra, but you just built like 1 to 2 in a bunch of spots, and so this is probably okay. Iran went democratic. Democratic went when? Yeah. You think Taiwan has it? The Taiwanese Min? Han Chinese. The truth hurts. Does Persia name tag when you swap to rep or theocracy? I don't know about theocracy, but republic, I think it swaps to Iran. I'm not sure though. We're gonna save and vassalize Transvaal. I mean, I think at this point we could actually. Oh no, we're not even big enough to. We're not a major power. You have to be major to go for recognition. We could go for recognition on France relatively early. Do we have a lot of infamy? No, so maybe we just annex straight up. This is how we solve our Persia problem, actually. This is actually the true solution. We just move to Transvaal. Incorporate Transvaal, use some policing. Let's make sure we got some police. We got local police, so we'll incorporate Transvaal and build there instead. The real solution is to escape the problem. Third culture group in Formosa, and it's their homeland, or another Polynesian culture that's some homeland thing. Yeah, Pele is the resident culture guy. He's truly a man of culture. So, we do get some tools being needed. We should probably be using wood tools right now. God. But this is a hot mess. Like, can we really not get the price down? The problem is they're gonna eat they're effectively, a big chunk of this, okay, we're starting to pull it down. That's fine. Maybe we look to avoid a shortage here. I kind of want to import from Russia just because they can build it much better and maybe they'll queue it. I don't know. Not gonna build mana wars to fulfill the one buy order. I mean, our movement for freedom of conscience has a decent amount of support now. I mean, the dilemma is not that strong. Maybe we just go freedom of conscience now because we maybe can. And no, I forgot. This guy's a traditionalist and he is not exilable. We could step down. What's the conditions for stepping down? Let's double check. Abdicate. Landowners have to be super sad. Popularity has to be negative. He has to have a psychological affliction and age 75 plus. I think he's... Ooh. It's not very popular. So maybe we can dink him on that. Not sure why we're getting shit on here. Oh, when did they join? God damn it, I didn't even notice. Yeah, but they had... they almost certainly got them as a subject for this. Protectorate. I mean, somehow we're maybe enforcing on them, except the UK is gonna push us out. Yeah, we can't enforce below 0. It's impossible for us. We might do a little swapperoo action, because they should not be able to get to this front. It's illegal, right? Because they... How are they getting to the front? This is a bug. You can currently travel through space to get to fronts. Although I think you should be able to get military access, so maybe it's not a bug, maybe it's a feature. We're just gonna capitulate, though. I said we were gonna capitulate. Ah, cannot capitulate for the war leader. That's right, because this is another thing that would be bugged out, is Great Britain is the war leader, so they can't, Alright. Little Cheaty McCheaterson in the 1.5. What's your opinion on building wide in 1.5s? I only see you building in rainbow states. I think you just build in the rainbow state until you max out construction, and then you move on, and you build in another one, and you keep doing this. I think that it is completely unviable to, like, now be like, okay, I'm gonna make glass here, and I'm gonna build it up to 51. And then I'm gonna make I'm gonna make furniture here, and I'm gonna build it up to level 51. I think that way of playing is no longer remotely viable. And to the extent you're forced to build wide, it's largely off the back of running out of additional slots for construction sectors, or running out of population from which you can draw employment. And so there's like no reason to build wide now, for the most part. We're gonna incorporate this because we do want to use this to build tall, because it has coal and iron. And I think we're eventually building there, so yeah. We're just gonna get that in right now. Yeah. The homeland is Polynesian. Interesting. Formosa has Wamjin culture, but its homeland is Polynesian. Famous geese and Famuth the goose. Yeah, that's true. So the Wanjemi will just assimilate. Britain has no war goals, so they will be able to peace out soon. Maybe naval invade them a couple times. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with it, though. Like, they... Yeah. I mean, maybe this is true. Oh, we had started enacting freedom of conscience, but now we kind of... Well, actually... No, getting on the colonization is probably good. God, is this for real, though? I mean, we'll just eat the thing, I guess. But, yeah. I also have to take a closer look on colonial exploitation. Whether I think it's better than resettlement. Because I mean, I think that this bonus is good. The minus to manufacturing and the plus to plantations, mines, forestries, and rubber plantations. I think this is good. I'm pretty sure it's good. I'm not 100% though. Is it possible to get minus GDP? Like GDP in the negative? I don't think so. I mean, it's possible to reduce your GDP if that's your question. I don't think that was your question though. Having a revolution that wants to enact freedom of conscience. It's possible, right? I don't think so. To have negative GDP? How would you do that? How do you sell goods for negative value? I don't know. This is news to me. Just a reminder, everyone, we will be having the finals of our 3v3v3. tomorrow, or finishing our finals. We will hopefully be continuing the game without any problems, but we might be trying to continue the game with some problems. Don't really have a backup. Or I guess maybe the backup would be to play on divergences or something. Negative GDP would be an economy based on breaking things, I think. Now you're thinking. Mr. Chalking's the man with the answers. Can I get a decent clip here? The economy's starting to do okay. We have a little bit of excess. I mean, maybe floating the extra authority is like really good in some situations. We're gonna put this on auto expand and this on auto expand. I think we have the urban centers. All right, we're gonna set them to gas. Gas it up. Now, are these able to employ? Not really. Not with kind of the shortage. So let's add some of this. Wow, like 3 events popped all at once. Crazy. But we're gonna add all these. The People's Wealth. I hate this event. Because the decision's almost always the same, right? Okay, so the academics into academia and delays. We have to get onto. We need railroads relatively soon here. God, this sucks. Yeah, I think we're supposed to skip academia actually. I'm not really sure. We're probably gonna, if you have any more questions, we're probably gonna conclude the stream in like 10 minutes or so. This Persia start is interesting though. We might have to make a video on this because in 1.5, I know people have been, or actually let's pull this right now. People have been a little bit more bullish on 1.4 videos, what patch videos. When I ran this poll on the YouTube, people seem to prefer 1.4 because of all the problems with 1.5, but like the interesting decisions in my opinion here are a result of Persia having no particularly good states, and so you know, but I mean maybe the answer is yeah, you just go after Madagascar or whatever. I mean going after this is also fine. We get some logging in. We want to incorporate it, or we are incorporating it. It takes 20 years, but... Ooh, get him minus popularity so he can stand down faster. Let's go, baby. Needs to be minus 75. Can you do a run where your country has 0 people? No pops, no problem. That would slap on YouTube. That would do so well. Don't think it would slap for my sanity though. And so here's the idea: is we split out some of the initial construction sectors, and then we start, you know, swapping up the ones in various places up to iron frames. You know, I guess we didn't spread out well enough, so we're gonna end up like needing to really crank these up in particular. But yeah, something like that. Negative GDP in the game is not in the game. I've seen it go to 0 but never below. Yeah, Pelea's pulling legs out here. This is wild. This is the first game in a while I've seen the UK not go after Congo. Oh, we can even make a colony ourselves right now. Surely we want to... Oh yeah, we should have gone after Oman. If we take Oman, then we can colonize. Oman's just the best for like when you want the thing. This guy wants no colonial affairs. Man, take a hike. I think before our movement drops here, we will want to Do freedom of conscience. Or try to. This guy's not gonna like it. He's not gonna be a fan. If we opened an OnlyFans account, he wouldn't buy any subs. I think we're gonna switch this to Iron Frame. Didn't we start to play against you? Oh no, we didn't. I guess, whatever. We'll load if someone gets swayed to make them a protectorate. As Qing minus GDP. I wonder how MAPI will affect smaller economies. It depends. I think that, like, so Belgium really benefits, or relativistically to other countries, from the MAPI. And the fewer states you have, like, in theory, the better it's going to be for you. For example, if you just had just Punjab, or when you have exactly one state, MAPI doesn't affect a whole lot. Now, it affects your trade routes. It still has a non-zero effect, because your trade routes still affect market price. They don't create local buy and sell orders, so if you export stuff, it's not going to increase prices as much as you would like. And if you import stuff, it's not going to decrease prices as much as you would like, even if you have but a single state. We'll take the approval of the landowners right now. Maybe we could have gone the other direction. Kind of didn't want to run their malice. Zero pop Qing run. Truly the worst timeline. Oh, did we really mobilize this guy? God damn it. Mistakes were made. I really hate that it takes forever to demobilize. This guy's, he's stationed here. We can't mobilize him for 120 days. That's so crazy to me. Or there's no, like, unclick or undo or whatever. We need to kill some trade routes. They're all really important. God damn it. I guess maybe the iron one's not that big and not that profitable. I think we are going to need to create paper somewhere soon. We just don't have any. Ooh, we do have a place with sulfur. Alright, let's make a paper mill here. We have a place with sulfur. My name's Jonas. So that'll be good. We're also going to kick the... Yeah. Yep. Oh, that killed all of our the things we were building anyway. Okay. Oh, and this was from the Sotho secession? God damn it. We want exactly 1 unit so we can land Oman. Oh, this guy's not advanced. That'll do it. Alright, so maybe we gotta do something like this. Moderate, that'd probably be okay. Pacifist, Jingoist. Alright, let's recruit the Jingoist, advance. Have this guy split. Yep. Move this guy. Or actually, we probably want to split again. Split, yeah. Or whichever's smaller. Demobilize. Move the 13 stack over here. Wait, why can't we move over here? That is crazy, but okay. We can't move the front here, but we can move it in here. That's sensible. Of course. Yeah, it looks like people want 1.4 more. Okay. I think you would enjoy the command economy as the South American country. Get to see play. The only one where you, was the only run where you used command economy the Poland run? I think so, maybe. It sucked super hard. And that was even not for the run, that was just testing afterwards. Like, I don't know. And maybe I'm missing something with command economy. Some people swear by it, but I think they just have low GDPs. And they are, like, command economy is insane when you have low GDP. If you have 0 Papa Xing, it'll take 0 infamy to puppet you. I think there's a minimum. I don't always stop in, but I want to say good job, man. Thank you, Cloudy. Your stream numbers are always growing, and content is very informative. Keep it up, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, the streaming is definitely... I generally the videos like do way better, but the streaming allows me to engage better. I still don't know how much streaming I think I should be doing, like in theory, but we'll figure that out. Generalist, aka the only skilled Victoria 3 player on YouTube. Yeah, I think that my success has a lot more to do with how open the environment is, more so than like necessarily me being a spectacular content creator. Because there are a lot of people who are significantly better at like editing and this type of stuff. I suppose I can stream of consciousness talk for like streaming specifically. I can stream of consciousness like talk like indefinitely, and so this might be like substantive advantage. It's gonna be nice having the paper. We don't have sulfide pulping yet, but we will. So I guess we don't need this sulfur mine yet. That'll be later. Oh, I guess we want the paper first. Alright, let's do that. Let's do that. Batsuo has been enforced on. Now we will have to hit the button. I also hate that the reset state like button is now kind of sucks. So it makes it, you have to check a lot of things. Oh my god, we didn't swap over the tooling on the logging camps. Jesus, how bad can we be? Don't think we want to just randomly spike a bunch of extra barracks or these government admins at this point in time. I really hate that you lose your progress on incorporation when you do something. Why do you always go for total separation over freedom of conscience, even playing European? It affects migration, bro. What? What do you mean? Is this a meme question? Migration. It affects the migration. The only guy I truly like to watch is the Tarkau Sewer guy. He doesn't ever stream, but he will play the game and mechanics like a fiddle. He streams sometimes. He streams on Twitch. That's my understanding. I think he streams a lot, actually. I just don't think he streams much Vicky. If that's what you mean. But yeah, you could look him up on. I don't watch him at all, but my understanding is he streams on Twitch. You should stream whenever you feel like it. That's kind of what I've been doing, except for every Saturday at 9:30. That's the only regular time slot. So I generally expect that one to perform a little bit better. But also that's kind of where everyone voted that would be best for them some time ago. Hopefully, finally, our guys demobilized so we can do a naval landing. This is not the most tedious thing ever. No. Let's just let the one stack invade. Although, flip side is like, yeah, we are abusing mechanics too. I can't do OPB's voice the way he makes everything so grandiose. Yeah. I don't have too much a remembrance of like his like diction or whatever. I think I know what you're talking about. It doesn't bother me, but I think in general, so like in philosophy, I was in a philosophy degree. I have my degree in philosophy, and something you notice is when people are first entry level, they use like kind of like the biggest words possible, and it almost becomes a big word off. And you and the other people like it's almost like you're speaking a different language when you're talking to each other in terms of talking to another philosophy major, and it just like is like the most. It's just not I think a good style for communicating ideas. I try and use actually very, very basic and simple words. And the idea is this. If you're trying to communicate information, you should try and communicate it in a classic style. And this is like a literary, when I say classic, I mean literary classic style. And what that is you are not trying to make yourself sound smart. You're trying to make your audience feel smart. And explaining ideas like using more simple language and just conveying the idea as best you can and using complex language only when it's necessary is the best way to do this. Like, it also, like, makes you sound... I mean, I don't have an example specifically with OPB. And I don't have, like... Yeah. I generally like OPB, but, like, just in terms of, like... I'm not a fan of using big words. When trying to communicate ideas, especially. I don't think it adds substance. I think it's just to make yourself look smart. And, as a style, like, if you're... Although, like, sometimes, like, you think in like, the bigger words, too, sometimes. And, like, I will include, like, I use the word, like, insipid and feckless and, like, this types of words, too, a lot. And so, like, yeah. I don't know. That's, like, such a, like, outside the thing. Like, my understanding is he produces good content, but he just, doesn't do too much Vicky 3 anymore. So... You should stream whenever you... the game has multiplayer potential, so sadly Paradox never focused on MP experience. Yeah, clearly the best game for competitive environment is Victoria 3. I'll die on this hill. I'm of course joking. It's probably the worst competitive game in existence. Yeah, but like 99% of Europeans are Christian? Yeah, but you just... What? You can't ever get Chinese pops. You're memeing. I honestly don't support Twitch, so that's fair. He hasn't streamed in months. Tark hasn't streamed in months? Or OPB? He would also stream on YouTube. Oh, okay. If you swap to atheism and then state religion, it changes back to the original religion, or it stays state atheism. You can have... I believe... I've done this, I think. I believe you can have theocracy and state atheism active at the same time, if that's your question. You have to do it in a particular order, though. Oh, Magla says it changes back. You have to do stuff... You can get both, but you have to do it in a particular order? No? Oh, if it's state atheism... Okay, I understand what your question is. A Bavarian is halfway between an Austrian and a human being. Yeah. Pain. Otto von Bismarck's he's got the jokes sometimes. Okay, so... Did we just not notice this? What is this? Protectorate. Yeah, so now we can't... It breaks our war goal. Man, that's so asinine, dude. I mean, I guess we could swap to EIC and, like, whatever. We're just gonna load. I would say that Victoria 3 is not so complex as to require the verbose style. I would, generally agree with you. I mean, sometimes I use economics terms like deadweight loss. But, like... I'm trying to communicate an idea that would actually take longer to explain than saying the word. But, like, a lot of people won't know what deadweight loss means, but then, like, I have to decide whether I want to explain deadweight loss or if I want to just, you know... Yeah. So I guess we won't do that. We'll just go for Congo instead. YouTube just eat 1% of the vote. Oh, nom nom, delicious. I can go ahead and add the intellectual to my conversations, but it's exhausting. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, when I was in philosophy and I realized that we were just all basically speaking a different language to each other, I stopped doing that. I think that if you are trying to sound smart and trying to be being smart and appearing smart are two different activities. And I think if you want to appear smart, doing it makes sense. Not that I'm saying this is any way OPB's intention or anything like this. I don't know about him, or like I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about in the abstract, in my experience with like philosophy and this type of stuff. I think that if your activity is trying to actually be smart, communicating in a way that is not like getting better at communicating ideas in the classic style is more useful than like communicating in a way that makes people feel less intelligent. Also, if I want to make someone feel less intelligent, like if I wanted to do that, I can use the big words, and then I would actually just talk really fast, because I can talk really fast without much difficulty at all. We get the UK doing the thing, breaking our war goal. Classic. Joey says hi. Hey, what's up, Joey? Tark hasn't streamed in months. Okay. Victoria 3v3v3 will be played at esports tournament in 2027. That would be wild as fuck. Did I play Vicky 2? I didn't. I have like 60 hours of Vicky 2, so I think the correct answer to that question is no, but the actual like literal answer is I did. But I was just very confused, and then I was over it. That was my Vicky 2 experience. And I would not, yeah, that was my Vicky 2 experience. I mean, I guess we could go after Brazil here, which is kind of funny, because their coast is on their capital's on the coast. I think Sintang probably just makes a lot of sense. And let's just annex them. Look at, they have all this stuff that they've already built up with their stuff. This would add like a decent amount to our economy, and then the gold fields as well, so annex Sintang seems fine. And this way we won't get our thing bricked for the like millionth time. Why can we not deploy to front? Okay, we can. I don't know, but if you want to read about like classic style, there's a book by Steven Pinker that I like a lot. Let's look up. I also have a book review of the book, or actually, let's. I'm gonna pull up my book review. I'll bring it up on one of my other channels. Oh my god. So I'll pull that up and link it in chat. Yay, we get to hear a thing. Where is the chat? Where'd we go? I demand a recount. So just pulling that up. I do Walahi and Danubian run? When I actually first started getting traction on YouTube, it was because of a bunch of Romanians were like super into my thing and me doing this Walahi run, and it just like popped off then for me. But I haven't heard from a lot of them in a while. Shouldn't we use the extra ballots for build? Yes, we absolutely should. We're making a mistake right now. You are correct. That's the first way we should do it, but then we should also start adding more construction here. The problem is we're hitting iron shortages, so we actually probably should just, like in terms of trying to play smart, we should add a couple construction sectors, and we should look to solve our shortage level by importing. Now it looks like we can get a really big import from them, and I think it's just bugged and it would actually be profitable, and the Americans, so let's do that. And this would add a bit of construction and kind of set us off on our way. We also are running like this bureaucracy malice, so we're just like in kind of rough shape. Victoria 2 is less complicated than the sequel. That might be true. I still was way more confused, but like I also, I literally had the thinking like I'm just gonna, it was like, I can't remember, but I remember just being like, you know, I'm not gonna play this, I'm just gonna play like, I'm just gonna play the sequel when they release it. That's a nice Winston Churchill quote. How do you play tall? Been trying, if it can't figure it out. You'd have to, I think you have to qualify that question a little bit. The way you're doing it is you're trying to have all the buyer and sell orders in the same province, if possible. And the thing you are mainly caring about, or what is driving, in the early game, what is driving a majority of your buy orders are the construction sectors. And so you're trying to have as much of this in one province as possible. It might even come to the case where you're actually re-emphasizing fabric. And this isn't something I tested out, but so you're trying to have this tools, wood, and iron loop. And so it's really important to, you know, crank up construction, create buy orders for tools, wood, and iron. And then with all those buy orders, you want to then fulfill the buy orders. And so the states that are going to look particularly good for this are going to be ones that have iron and coal and logging. However, once you get onto steel frame buildings, you'll notice there are more inputs. And so you will also care about, you know, the inputs for glass, which are lead and dyes, and the inputs for steel, which are already covered kind of for the inputs for tools, but also explosives, and explosives require sulfur. And so you start wanting to have what's like, I'm starting to call it rainbow states, where you have a little bit of each resource, and this is going to help a lot for building tall. And then as you progress like later on, and start to get more of these modifiers for market acts price impact, you start caring less about building you know, all your buy and sell orders in a single province, and you start to care more about just like globalized efficiency and this type of stuff. They will return upon it. They will return for another Romanian run. Some of them were mad about my accelerated Romania start. My country sucks to play in Victoria 3. Canada is so boring. Yeah, the truth hurts. Canada, what's that? You mean America's hat? My country doesn't exist on game start. Yeah, well, it says you don't get to say that, Paul. Prussia counts as Germany, I think. I don't think that counts. North Korea is a spectacular guess, though. The hometown is an independent German minor, though. I think you, like, Prussia just changed names, in my opinion, to Germany, and it's like the successor of Germany. Like, I think Prussia counts. Ah, this is going to be so nice. We're even getting paper here. Now, of course, we do have an infrastructure problem. Let's try and solve that. It's so nice that this gives infrastructure. This is another thing that I think I have to test and think about, and Joey's going to be happy about this. Joey's even in chat, I think. But subsidizing urban centers for infrastructure, if railroads really suck, then subbing these maybe is something that you want to be doing. Holy moly, cannoli, we're losing some money. Is there a bunch of construction sectors here, or what gives? Maybe delete some of these barracks, yeah. They're gonna rev at some point soon anyways, so we'll just delete the barracks. And we do have these on auto production, but I think we're just gonna add a couple of those because we know that we're going in that direction. And then I think we're going to, is this on auto expand? No, it's not. We're gonna add. And then I think we're gonna get a steel mill down here and also a glass works down here. And that'll be good. And then maybe we take a save and we look for someone else to conquer. Although maybe we're kind of getting close to concluding the stream here. Well, then Canada doesn't exist either if you qualify it that way. I think that you want to... I think you say Germany exists at game start. We maybe try and conquer this so we don't get our war goal bricked. Yeah, and we don't have any infamy, so this is maybe fine. Maybe not the most efficient, or certainly not the most efficient. But this way our war goal can't get bricked by mummy thumbing our pie. And so this is not getting our pie thummied is definitely preferable. We have to designate the strategic objective in the 1.5 beta, otherwise it just gets bricked. And yeah. My country doesn't exist IRL. What country is that? What the hell? It's an interesting one to do. What's your opinion on companies in the current patch? So they're in a very rough state. I don't think I think we're about to unlock a company with our tech. Oh nope. When did we? I thought we decided that companies were really good and we wanted to unlock. Well, whatever. We're not spreading it. In the current iteration, which I don't think this will be maintained, I think you swap them around and abuse them for the company construction bonus, and it's primarily this construction bonus you care about, especially when you only have one company. So we're building an iron mine, we would want to swap to the iron thing, and then when we build a coal mine, we swap to the coal company, and I think this is the play pattern. In terms of evaluating how good I think they are for... I'm going to put a thing in for the devs for giving a trade bonus to you to encourage specialization of companies, but right now, it seems like the purpose of companies is to help you specialize, and it doesn't seem like they really necessarily do that, because when you overbuild any of these, you just tank your productivity and you lose your prosperity bonus, and I really don't like that play pattern. But some of these will actually be basically impossible to like lose the bonus on, like the precious metal syndicates you'll never lose the bonus on. But I don't think they achieve the gameplay goal of like making it feel like you're specializing. I think some of these bonuses are interesting, like the steel mills building throughput. I think in general you're going to want to like have a type of strategy that is N-1 companies will be heavily dedicated into resources like the iron mines, the coal mines, the sulfur mines. And then one is swapping around constantly for the construction bonus. I think the implementation is poor, but you can't really judge the devs right now because they've said this is super bare bones and introductory, and like it's literally just profit intensifies. No, it's literally just a thing. It also, this construction sector bonus does not offset them making everything 33% more expensive across the board in terms of construction, 33 to 80% more expensive. So I mean, we might actually want to push for the minting specifically, because we actually do have a decent amount of gold fields that we're getting. We're getting a decent amount from minting, so the 20% throughput on this building on top of... Yeah, we actually probably do want to go for a company, and maybe not the mechanical tools. Let's just get this faster. And then we do have to turn down for what? Yeah. We're going to turn on leaded glass as well. And then we're going to do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. That'll maybe be good. But, I don't know. I'm excited for it, though. I think it's coming along. I think it's, yep. I'm from southern Italy, so I guess that'd make it too Sicilian. Didn't Sardinia Piedmont, aren't they the historical predecessors to Italy? I think they would be Sardinia Piedmont. Austria is run needed, British subjects. Ugh. I haven't done an Austria run. Now, Austria is definitely on the chopping block, though. Austria is the only GP now that I haven't done a run for, so... although the Prussian run was... Well, I've done 2 Prussia runs, kind of. So, yeah. What are the next companies that I think will be added? Almost certainly Ford will be added. And I'm guessing Ford will be oil, rubber, and engines. I don't know what their bonus would be, but that's, like, I'll eat my hat if, like, Ford is not, like, one of the next companies. If you mean Bavaria is Eastern Germany, then you're wrong. Bavaria is Southern Germany and was occupied in the USA after World War II. I think IG companies are not worth it. Oh, for the IG bonus? Yeah, the IG bonus sucks, but you're not doing it for this, you're doing it for the throughput and the construction. Generally speaking, most of these bonuses are ass. The, like, good ones are 10% convoys. This one's kind of okay, but really not that great. 10% minting, steel mills throughput. But again, you're mainly doing it for the throughput on the industries that are primary here. So you're doing this for the throughput on lead and iron. So the mining throughput in general on throughput is particularly good. Currently as the companies are, like, they really reward having your companies sit on, resources specifically, and less so for sitting on manufacturing. Like, for manufacturing, the companies just kind of felt like butt. In general, 5% birth rate I think is really good. Almost impossible to maintain the premium foods bonus though. So the prosperity really struggled with that. The final tire is kind of okay. And then I don't know how good I think offense and defense are, but like these are in there. I don't think they're very good, but okay. Migration attraction, very strong, and this will almost always be profitable, so it's easy to maintain the bonus. Very difficult to maintain bonus on anything. Actually, let's write that down to give feedback. Maintaining prosperity. Prosperity is hard to maintain on manufacturing. But it's easy on rural, on resources, and so, like, yeah. Paul 34, I'm saying that Eastern Germany that's not fully integrated, not Bavaria. Okay, sorry for interpreting you wrong. Austria run when you full release all your vassals and play as Little Austria. Cultural Austria. And then maybe if there's something interesting with fine art. Modern borders Austria. And doesn't offset the construction efficiency nerf. It offsets it once you get up to 35%. By 2%. But then some industries have 77% more expensive construction, I think it is. So, yeah, there's that. One day Sardinia will rule the entire world. Paul redacted a message. We'll burn down Rome. I mean Australia, never mind. Oh. Yeah, Bavaria is not a part of Australia, if that's what you were talking about. Rookie mistake. Definitely want to add a little bit more construction. We're going to add it where we're building tall specifically here. Although, I think we're going to add one here. And then maybe we start cranking up in Transvaal a little bit, because Transvaal, we do want to start building soon here. Because we want to get the iron mines in. And so I think actually, let's see, what are we spending? We're going to stop bolstering one of these guys. We're going to stop bolstering this guy. Sorry, buddy. And what we're going to do is we're going to put down a decree, and we're going to do violent suppression in Transvaal. This is, I guess, not all we have to do in Transvaal, but, yeah, we have an infrastructure problem in Transvaal. I just realized. Maybe we handle that a little bit later. God, this is so painful. Yeah, not being on... I thought we could delay. We actually do have to just go railroads. I thought we could delay for the company. That's not correct. We maybe even do the wood one. That seems wrong, but we're gonna incorporate here as well. We are a slave state. The truth hurts. I'm gonna colonize there too. I think we were colonizing there. I don't know what happened. UK must be bugged. I don't see any colonies, but I guess we'll just take the bag. Yeah, nobody's colonizing, are they? It's kind of weird. Famous German brewery company, nothing but beer throughput and loyalist migration bonus. Oh, is that what happened to... Did you YouTube bop your thing for mentioning a beer company? Is that why it's redacted? Interesting. How dare you, YouTube? Could do landed voting just to appease these guys. I mean... I guess... Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, this is kind of a useful law pass anyways. We're not passing a law. We'll just do that. Nobody hates it. Nobody loves it. But, I'm trying to think what a bonus for Ford would be. I mean, it sounds really stupid, but it's something to do with an assembly line, right? Which consumes oil and electricity. You know what would be interesting? Is if it decreased, specifically oil and electricity inputs for assembly lines. I don't know if this is codable, but this would be an interesting one for Ford. This would make a lot of sense. I deleted and rewrote it because you weren't happy with it. Oh, okay, it makes sense. But I think that would actually be super cool if it like made assembly lines viable. Assembly lines sucks but like if it had half the inputs. I'm not sure. Or maybe something specific to the motor, to the engines.
like on the motor industries, like something specific to automobile production, like plus automobile production output would also make sense for Ford. I actually think automobile output would be not throughput, output. You don't think that's codable? Well, maybe. Yeah, I was thinking that's like weird coding. But like I think automobile output makes more sense, and that's a pretty significant like positive modifier. You know, what if it gave assembly lines a throughput bonus? That would probably be pretty strong. But yeah, that would be another thing. But like I guess maybe they didn't do it because they like the Prussia ones, they kind of knew what they wanted the bonuses to be, and so they wanted to just get those in as like the two ones. But I have to expect that Ford is coming down the pipeline with some sort of bonus like that. Ford bonus, either employable population bonus or motor industries need less workers, maybe. I don't know if there's a way to do motor industries need less workers, but I also think that at the point you typed that, I hadn't yet said the output bonus on cars. I think output bonus on cars is how you do it. Oh, we have rice farms in some spots. Hold the fuck. Oh no, wait, that's not our rice farm. Do we have rice farms? I don't think we do. Oh, we do. Where's our rice farms? Definitely building those. You know what's sad is I think that... Oh wait, did they take our... No, they didn't take our turquoise bonus. I think it's probably better to build opium here, but I want to build turquoise here because this is the only place that has a turquoise bonus. With the Dream Arena. Victor, you had to wait to 1870, 1880 to fully colonize. I mean, our colonization's real slow. Maybe we can start pushing a next level of colonization, though, or any institution. I think we don't want to build any more in here, though, until we get railroads. Yeah. Tabriz is probably the spot. Let's build there. SOL buff would probably be weird to code, but like if you give, yeah, I think the output is good. Either employable pop bonus. Yeah, so this would be another one. That would be actually pretty good. Oop. I would be a fan of if it gave what is it? Workforce ratio. Workforce ratio would be a super strong bonus. I don't know. Max throughput, the die bonus still exists. Yeah, in the what is it? The divergences mod, it's still in side-eye, which I absolutely love. When a mine improves the productivity of a plantation, you'll love to see it. They just didn't want to redo an art asset just for this single province. This is the only province it's in. It's just like wild to me that they like put this in Khorasan. Like someone on the dev team has to be like from around there, right? Like or something like this for this to like make sense. I don't know. Oh, we can invite them to the customs union. Yay. Yes. Yes. Almost just want to conquest these guys instead of actually like doing the proper way of playing, just because we're tired of having to reload because we're getting bopped. Because when we conquest, they don't get reverse swayed out. Belongaden is also a little bit interesting to go after. Oh, who else can we get gold after off of? Peru Bolivia's already like formed. Don't really have a floating interest that we really want to use. I mean, let's just conquer Congo, actually. This will give us a native interest in this region so we can keep on colonizing. And don't have to worry about losing our interest. This is actually one of the more obnoxious things. Are we the baddies? We are the baddies. Definitely want to make sure that's on hardwood. It is auto expand. Auto expand. I think that's a high enough level though. Workforce ratio is what I meant with employable population. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm pretty sure the Protectorate still lets us annex, so we'll just continue on, and we might just give ourselves Congo. The thing is yeah, we'll just station these guys here, and station our fleet over there. I mean, there's gonna be no way that they prevent us from enforcing, so... we'll station that down there, something like this. Run suggestion, play Ethiopia. Man, you lost my attention. No. But play Galeti, and you could never form Ethiopia, so you and can't get the God General. That sounds like not a good time. Sounds like... oh, but you do have iron, and no logging. God, it's such a miserable region to play in. Can you win against Mexico? Oh, that's a good shout. Well, I mean, right now, the war's so buggy, it's not even a matter of winning. It's like, do you want to force Mexico to back down against you, or are you feeling this? I don't think we win against Mexico right now. I'm not really sure. Like, in, like, some sort of abstracted, objective sense, I'm not sure if we beat Mexico. I think we do want fishing wharves auto-expanding where we have our shipyards, though. That makes me feel smart. This is also where we have our naval base, so I think eventually we do want this military shipyard, so let's just put it down. There's gold in Tyrol, go conquer it. Dude, facts. Spitting nothing but facts here. Maybe we add fishing wharves on auto expand in a couple spots. I don't know, I just want to keep the queue going a little bit, and I think this will be good. I think reverse sway should only get put into effect after the war, and only if your side wins. This is kind of what I think. If not, it should be semi-conditional. But like that we can join the UK and they transfer over this and then we just leave immediately is like, yeah, there's like some play patterns you have to absolutely get rid of, so. Oh, I hate this one. So we have to, we would have fully enforced on them. We're gonna do some swapping now. Because Mummy, even though it's minus 100 war score, is the war leader, or as long as she wants to stay in the war cannot end. Which I don't think is as intended, so. There's gold in them hills. Of course, this bricks all of our auto expands. Tragic. Why are these not making money? What? Don't you eat fish? But now we can move our interest. But I think Chile is maybe one we could go for it, if not like Mexico. So I think we might do that. Like in terms of like if this run were normal in the military, we're working properly. Well, actually, I think it's going to be the case that you just absolutely won't be able to. Let's actually build up the Navy, because I think you won't be able to do shit without like a decent sized Navy. And I'm hoping this is the case, because I think it's going to make the gameplay play patterns like much better. Greatly improved. So we'll try and do that. We can afford, I guess maybe we want to add Greece, road maintenance in Transvaal. Let's see what our okay, so now we have some infrastructure available. So these are starting to pop off, and of course, we do want gold mines. I think we're going to keep them at the back of the queue. The reason being, we're currently not spreading corporations. We're going to use the minting corporation to give us 33% throughput. Or maybe a contribution part is barely felt at the end of the war. They can just decline to give you a reverse sway. I don't know about the mechanic of them just straight up declining it, but yeah, this is, maybe we're supposed to say they can't leave on the gold fields there. But our first company is definitely going to be the gold company, and we're going to pop off and have a bunch of money and be really happy, is what we're going to do. What about a Piratini run? Don't you mean... Oh, for right now, actually, it would probably be, this is the time to do it. I just don't think it would do very well. Like, I don't think it'd get a lot of views. I think the people who are the dedicated viewers would find it really amusing, though. So maybe I just have to evaluate a little bit differently. Like, just accept that it's overall going to not do as well, but the people who watch a lot will probably think it's really funny. Something like this. Oh, we definitely want the second level uni. Landed voting is being considered. But now we want to go after Chile, and we're just gonna get the freaking thing. How much max companies can you have? I think 6 is the absolute max. If you have laissez-faire and all the techs, or I think, does macro give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 6th coming from the other one? The 6th, yeah. So now we have our company. Hurrah. So we are going to, yeah, I think this is going to, taking this is just even more meta than before, because, like, you can do this, and now we're just going to kick these gold mines to the front of the queue. And, well, how many weeks was that? 15 weeks, that's not too bad. And we're just going to complete a whole bunch of gold mines. Yay! And then we're going to be super rich. We're also getting, you know, how much are we getting from minting? We're getting 14k, and so we're getting plus. Wait, where's our bonus? Oh, it hasn't ramped up yet. It'll ramp up. These gold mines will be super profitable as soon as they're made. So it's not. I forgot we do actually have to earn the bonus. Doesn't do anything. It also doesn't do anything to the gold fields, which I thought it might have, but it doesn't. It looks like. Pretty sure max is, yeah, no, it's 6, because the laissez-faire. It's 6 with laissez-faire. Which means, at a certain point in the game, before you swap on a Council Republic, you will lock in the 6 companies you want, and then you go Council Republic, because it doesn't immediately revoke one of them, so. This will instantly be max profitable. And look at this, 35% throughput, 20% from colonial exploitation, 15% from the company. In theory, as Play has suggested in the past, I think you will want to let it get to almost max whatever, and then stop incorporating. We're not going to do that, though. I mean, I don't think we're going to play that deep anyways. I think we're going to be done after this session. We're not going to continue this this run. Although we have spent quite a bit of time. We've actually tested out quite a few runs, right? We did Ethiopia, we did this, we did a Spain opener. Was it really just those 3? Someone let me know. According to Joey, interventionism is better. That is correct, according to Joey. To be fair, I actually think, so you can't sub urban centers. And if you're getting a ton of infrastructure from your urban center now, and then you suddenly lose that, I think it's possible to have a death spiral. I don't think it's likely, but so if you death spiral down, and you death spiral down where you're producing glass or, you know, coal, then other places will lose infrastructure because of the shortage, because it's creating infrastructure, or it'll make the employment worse. And so you can have a weird sort of death spiral that you can't offset by subsidizing urban centers. And so it is possible that interventionism now will be useful because you can subsidize urban centers. Now, I don't think this is the case, but I'm just suggesting it as a possibility. What do you think interventionism would need to be make it as good as laissez-faire? According to Joey's better. Yeah, okay. Got that sequence. Yeah, I don't, to make it as good as interventionism, I don't think they want it as good as interventionism. Or sorry, want it as good as laissez-faire. I think they want it to be worse. This is what it seems like to me. So, you can encourage mining industry in Transvaal. Oh, that's right. Ooh, that's hot. Probably makes us more money, to be honest. And it does make money out of nothing, so... Because minting is money out of nothing. Truly, this is the best timeline. Like, how much are we getting from this thing? So we, like, if we look at minting, we're making 20. Look at this minting crank up. God, this is so crazy. So from Transvaal, we're getting like 6K, and then we're gonna get another 10% on top of this. What law did we just pass? It doesn't matter. Per capita taxation would be a little bit better than what we have. No home affairs. Can we swap onto something? No, probably not. Can we get maybe dedicated? Let's just go for it. Looks like a lot of people are supporting it right now anyways. So, we'll try and get it in. But yeah, just... What an insane crank up you can do now with this nonsense. Qing at the beginning of stream? Oh yeah, we did Qing too. Yeah, a lot more money. Yeah, it's like this 58% throughput, you know. Let's actually screen grab this, because we have you know, this is like insane, like early game. Like, all right, let's just watch the minting crank up. So the minting is nearly half of our income, and we don't even have all the mines yet, right? Yeah, this is gonna be so meta. I was telling this to Playa earlier that I think that this one might just actually be insane. Early on, it obviously falls off when you hit the minting cap, and it's like whatever. But this, like, it just actually might just be obscene. And we'll put this. Yeah, this can't even employ up. Or actually, we'll switch to steel. Yeah. There we go. Crusade for change. Oh, we'll take the enactment chance, baby. But yeah, this is just like so nutter. Maybe we want to screenshot this. We don't even have like we don't even have the, they haven't even appeared here yet. We're actually gonna play a little while longer and try and get a screenshot here of this stuff, but that is like absolutely insane. As Mexico, you were making almost 300. Maybe Mexico. Maybe we'll do this in Mexico. Oh, now I want to do a Mexico run where we take this and we get all the gold early. Yeah. Please do day one war in Argentina as Paraguay. Maybe military too broken. The military is definitely like super. I mean, if the focus of it is anything military, it's like not a good run idea. I just clicked on your strength and fitness channel on a whim. Yeah. Probably the best early game, the strength and fitness channel. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty strong. When someone said, whenever someone says I'm the strongest Victoria 3 player, like, I don't think about like the most skilled Victoria 3 player. Let me just link chat like the exact thing I think about when someone says I'm the strongest Victoria 3 player. Okay, let's find a good one. Probably the. Let's find a good, let's do my 1000 time club application. This is what I think of when someone says I'm the strongest Victoria 3 player. Even better than Krupp. Well, contextually. Krupp is really insane. But like, look, man, if it lets us double our construction, right? You know what I mean? Like, Krupp does not let you... I mean, look at the minting. I don't know. Minting and throughput are also stacked on top of each other. Yeah, they're multiplicative is like one of the reasons. Oh, sorry, I missed the earlier comment where you said it's probably better early game. Yeah, this is the context I'm talking about. I'm not talking about overall and forever, but I also think Croup is insane, right? I'm not trying to suggest that I don't think Croup is insane, but yeah, I guess we just have to do a Mexico run now then. And do the Mexico gold run. Or as I like to call it, yellow rice. But yeah, I've been thinking of making a short, like, what people think when I say I'm the strongest, or, yeah, what people think when I, what people think about when they say I'm the strong Victoria 3 player versus what I think about. But look at this, dude. This is just so nuts. It's also just, like, very distinctly only the 10 here. This goes up to 15, this goes to 16, this goes to 8. And this is not including, like, yeah. Oh, we should have picked a different event. Damn, oh well. Yeah, Nevada and California. Yep. Nevada, I think you actually have problems employing enough pops, but, like, oh, well, I guess, yeah, whatever. It doesn't affect gold fields, notably, it seems. To me. Maybe we have a gold field we could check. I don't think it... No, but resource industry and colonial exploitation does. Notably, in theory, you would not want to incorporate these, but, yeah, look at this. Look at this obscenity. Like... Yeah. Dude, this is so overtuned. Now, obviously, we can't build here yet, because infrastructure. I forget Goldfields appear tier 2. Jesus, we just get the absolute crank up. But yeah, maybe that's a good run idea as Mexico. Which Paul was telling me about earlier. Maybe we auto-expand some opium. God, it sucks because building a ton of opium here is like not as good as it used to be. I don't even know if it's better than like splitting to some degree some of the goods. I think this is the only place we can build silk though. And we can build silk and cotton. Maybe we do want to just textile mill it up here. We do have a lot of pops there too, so... Yeah, Nevada and California. Mexico owns Cali and Nevada, even more reason. Meta start continues to reroll every month for gold discovery field, discovered collapse. Jesus, that would be so obnoxious. Oh no, are you saying this for our secession? No! Except it's over here. This is super fine. Conquering every gold state is Transvaal. That was one of the mini objectives for, the perm run was getting a whole bunch of those things. I just don't even know what to build right now, to be honest. Super not. I guess we'll just push these a little bit and push these. I don't know. We really need railroads real bad. Are we even close to atmospheric? Yeah, if we're close to atmospheric engine event, why are we not profitable on our stuff? Is it a simple swap? What did we do wrong? Lead mines. Goodbye to the lead mine. There we go. We of course do that so we can bink railroads a little bit faster. Yay. We'll just do that for now. Pure gold economy. Just a businessman doing business. Hey man, was thinking of making a video about how Victoria 3, despite being almost a year old, is still plagued by similar problems as released. I mean, the biggest problem on release was the UI. Nobody complains about the UI anymore. So to be fair to them, I do think they solved a lot of the problems. But I also think that's totally like a valid video idea. I definitely think there's like, I definitely think you can break some ground there. We're just supposed to go water tube, huh? And then dynamite. Of course. We're the gold economy now. But just like half our income is freaking from gold. Insane. Just land with our 1 stack. Oh my god. What? Why could this guy not land? Whatever. You did the run day that it came out, so I'm pretty sure you guys can do way better than I did as Mexico. Maybe. You're a pretty good player. But this is like, this just seems like super obscene. Because it like, you get the throughput and then you get the minting bonus on top of the throughput. And then the minting bonus affects like your entire GDP. Like, bro. Just half your income from gold. And we haven't even like discovered all of it and like done these things yet, so. Do you think a world conquest would be easier or harder in 1.5? I think that's like a weird question to ask. Because the war is so broken, when you go to subjugate people, they can get reverse swayed. And so like I don't know how to answer the question with that bug. I'm guessing it's harder, but it's harder because of a bug. If it wasn't for the bug, it would be easier because reverse sways allow you to do more than one war at once. If you as a professional could list the biggest gripes with the game that still weren't addressed or addressed poorly by DLCs and update, you're asking me to make your content for you, my guy. The things I complain about the most, and I've actually thought about making a video on this, but I don't want to drag Paradox at this point. But it's the military and the diplomatic plays are the problems. That's where the problems are, in my opinion. Diplomatic plays are unhinged and don't operate in a way that is good. UI with local prices is not very good. That's fair, but that's like, this is a beta, right? I assume he's talking about 1.4. For the context of his video, like, because you can't complain about the beta, right? That seems disingenuous. That seems unfair. To complain about the UI of a beta. Can you get government dividends on gold? I don't know how that works. Look at our throughput though. 63% throughput, baby. So I guess the max throughput then on this would be 6% higher. It would be 70%. In the event you had specifically Versat, which I think has the most at 16 on Command Economy. You should make a video praising Paradox and then send an email asking for free DLCs on future releases for being a YouTuber. Stonks. I'm probably gonna do that for the March DLC, but I also like kind of want to buy it anyways. But I want early access, so I'm probably going to. Yeah, I want early access is what I want more than anything. But I think supporting something that you enjoy a lot is important. Are we supposed to go for Chile now? Is it time to chill? Eh? Oh, we can't yet. So we could go for Sind again, I guess. I think having a native interest in North India is actually super, super good because you can potentially transfer the EIC. So I've been going after Sind a ton. Definitely, like, Mexico gold run, though, with this company. I kind of, before I want to do anything that's company-focused, though, I really want to see 2 weeks from now the next, maybe that's too long to wait. Maybe I just need to make more content, actually. I probably just need to make more content. So the thing is like, I kind of want to see what companies they have next before, like, doing anything. before that's company oriented, because this is a company oriented thing, right? Well, maybe I just take Sind, annex it. Yeah, this is probably better. It's super not ideal, but alternatively, you could just take something off Great Qing. But Sind is something that, in theory, I think we could go for. For Qing, we might just be like swapping sides and backing down, and it's just gonna feel stupid. But we would definitely want to vassalize them first, instead of just conquering. But they're almost certainly gonna get reverse, or gonna sway the UK by offering protectorate, so we're just gonna annex. Feels bad. Easy early access. I mean, they give the DLC for alongside early access. I assume so. I can't imagine. But I'm saying I would be willing and, like, wanting to pay for it because I get a ton of enjoyment out of the game. But to be fair, I think that I think on net, I have increased the number of sales that they have made. And so, like, I think that, not that they, like, owe me anything, but I think that, transfer subjects. Oh, no, not our subjects. I think that I overall am a positive influence for their game sales, so double the gold and give it to the next person. Now we're talking. I mean, we probably don't continue this run. I'm thinking we're gonna outro the stream in just a second here after this Sind war. And I'm just thinking if we want to save, probably not. Yeah, I mean, kind of lazily did this opener, so I'm thinking really not. We definitely could have played the Persia opener much better. But I mean, I do think that after taking a closer look, I think meta for everyone, even more so, is going to be going for these too. And just getting the gold company. This is like an obscene amount of gold we're getting here from minting. 40k, come on, get out of here. This will be the new meta. And I don't think it'll be close. Why, to be fair, it was like the old meta too. IMO, the game as a corporate product is just lacking content. If you compare a CK3 release to a Vicky 3 release, it looks like a huge beta. Maybe. I mean, I think that Vicky 3 has a smaller development team, so what exactly do you want them to do? Release content less frequently, charge less money maybe. They also have fewer players. So if they charge less money, then they can't afford to have as many people on it, so... Or they could operate at a loss. I don't think I want them to do that. And it does, I also think it does, like, something that's very, very unique with, like, the entire economic system that, like, is... After you get used to it, it's really easy to gloss over how cool this is. You know? But yeah, I also, to some extent, I agree. Well, now we have to enforce the EIC. Baby, you know me. Let's just catch up with chat. I know you were committing with this run. Yeah, this run's like super suboptimal. I would just feel bad. Oh, the minting. Oh, it's up to 48k. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So maybe we also... Do we want to complain that this is overtuned, or is this just the provinces are overtuned? Not the company. Is this overtuned? Should we send this in? This probably isn't overtuned. Should we feed this back as being OP? I think that the answer is no, but we're just gonna, I just want to pull this and see what people think. Gold discovered in Versat, yeah. But you have way too much money, build a construction or military lower taxes, you're at gold cap, it hurts. I 100% agree. We're just like, I guess we'll lower taxes. We did add some construction. We're not even on high taxes, but I'm mainly trying to answer questions to chat, show stuff to chat, this type of stuff, than anything else. We'll get to the point where we're losing money though. That's fair enough. No, yeah, I kind of think it's the provinces that are OP, like, and this is maybe a separate thing. Oh, maybe I should have let that run faster. I'll redo the poll. My bad. Like, you guys probably just barely heard me talk about the poll, and then, yeah. Generally, you're wasting good RNG on a test run. I know. No, actually, we don't have good RNG. This is our reverse bad RNG. Because the Japan run was so bad. I did say that I know that it's not a proper run, yeah. Gold Collapse Discovery is not seeded in RNG, so you can actually save scum it. Oh, interesting. The thing is, I don't want to spend, like, an ungodly amount of time making a video. You know, just to have it be as good as possible. I'm also, like, I'm trying to understand the systems, not necessarily, play perfectly. I'm really not trying to play perfectly when I play, to be honest. I just want to understand what playing perfectly looks like, which is a different thing. Although, like, in order to demonstrate your ideas work, you do have to, like, prove it to some extent. But I think there's a lot of people, like, or I think there's some people on my Discord who can execute the game much better than me. I'm not trying to, like, execute at the highest level. I'm trying to, like, understand the game at a really high level. I can't be bothered to do it without at least dynamite, though. Yeah, dynamite's probably gone up in value significantly. Especially if rice is so OP, having to research intensive agriculture is not that bad. And on top of this, I actually think the explosives factory is really strong. And so, like, dynamite's a huge winner. I was thinking of doing a text winners and losers video from 1.5. So I think I'm still going to do it, but well, this is the plan. We can't let them leave. Oh no, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that we just have to make gobs of money. Oh, we do want to... The British Raj. We do want to be on this. How will we just tolerate making so much money? Yeah, this is so stupid, though. You're doing a big favor for Paradox there, not any other Vic3 YouTubers going in depth as you are. That's kind of my perception, but I mean, there might be small ones that just have no traction that I haven't seen. It's really hard to tell. No, game has an economic simulation as cool as Vic3, that's why we play it, yeah. Or like EVE Online is pretty in-depth, but that's like a different thing, right? If I recall, it's EVE Online. One of the MMOs is like really, really good. But just like watching this minting, it's over 50% of our income. It's just actually like crazy. And we're like finishing wee woo. Can we get some wee woos in chat? We need a wee woo copy pasta. That's what we need. One day I wanted to become a wee woo. If you could. Hi, my name is Carlos, and when I grow up, I want to be an ambulance. Some of you might not believe in me, but I believe I can, with hard work and dedication, I can one day fulfill my dream of becoming an ambulance. Can I get one wee woo in chat to help me fulfill my dream of becoming an ambulance? I play to enjoy this complex and multifaceted military system. Yeah, Palea with the self-torture here. Yeah, we know who straps a neck or a belt around their neck. I play Paradox to look at the gorgeous map. We're playing the wrong map then, right? Look at this. It says map of the world here. This is clearly a mistake. Oh, why did all my settings go back? Whatever. There we go. Order is restored. We got the baguette centaur. I think we do have a port here. Probably don't need that. Probably don't need that in our queue. The textile mill will be okay there. Does it have any progress on it? Yeah, it's almost done. Alright, fair. Let's actually swap all the theme up to the... I don't know why it wasn't dawn and dusk. But we are going to take the grape cluster. There we go. Much better. Yeah, we got those wee-woos in chat. Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo. I made it out of clay. Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo. That's why it's a toy. Vic 2 has better economic sim in the moment, but I think Vic 3 will surprise them. Vic 2 has weird game-breaking things that as a result of there being a finite money supply. Wee-woo. This is my understanding. This is the way. This is the wee-woo. This is how my chat rolls. I prefer the Zodiac map and the purple. I really like the purple, too. I don't know why it swapped off, but like the fact that I didn't even notice it swapped off may be a problem. Any tips for playing Brazil? Yeah. So this is probably going to be the place you want to build tall early on in terms of local prices. I'm assuming your question's in regards to 1.5 because you have gold, coal, and logging in very good amounts. Next kind of is Minas Gerais, and you're going to want to kind of like max construction sectors in Sao Paulo and Minas Gerais. Now Minas Gerais you're almost certainly building in because it has the iron mines, so you definitely want to have tools and coal there, and unfortunately you don't have the coal, but you do have the tools, and so this will help out and be pretty nice. Also, just Brazil in general, you do have to be kind of on the lookout for this negative state construction efficiency modifier. You really don't want to actively build in these places too much. So Brazil suffers quite a lot from this mappy business of local prices being pulled in the direction of the local price because specifically with Brazil, you used to want to really go after these iron mines. But now if you build a ton of these iron mines, you're going to have to be shipping the iron to other places, or you're going to have to build here with everything and suffer this malus. And I don't think it's going to be worth it to build over this malus, so I think it's going to be Sao Paulo and Minas Gerais. And then in terms of like an overall like kind of arching metagame strategy, it seems to be that everyone should just go for this and go for the gold company. But you will, as Brazil, also have pop problems, so getting into someone's market, particularly Russia's, and accepting their pops, or France's, or Austria's would be really good. It'll be hard to pull migrants off from Great Britain, and so this is kind of how I would approach that run in general. MMOs don't count, they have more of an actual economy, yeah. Well, yeah. That's fair enough. Yeah, this is a stick-up. Don't lose to Piratini as Brazil. This is also true. In Vic 2, governments accumulate money and never spend it, making it so that there's low demand for goods and lots of unemployment endgame. Ave Imperio. Yeah, so, like, I don't know. Vicky 2 has got some problems. But just look at our eco, baby. But this is, like... It's even more meta than it was before. Okay, let's actually, once we finish these gold mines, we're going to save it up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn off the company and see how much money we lose. Alright, thanks. BWP Concordio. I don't know what this is. These references. But, yeah. I would not just try and conquer a bunch of neighbors. Although Peru-Bolivia is actually probably worth going for as anyone early on, before they unite. Like, it's super efficient in terms of infamy. Yeah, the throughput and minting is just insane. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... It's double dipping, man. Obviously, we haven't incorporated here yet, but when we incorporate it, it's going to go down. I don't know if the metagame will include incorporation, because you kind of want to put a bunch of tooling. You're going to either have an opportunity for a bunch of really profitable buildings or not from this colonial exploitation business. So I don't really know exactly what the proper strategy is on that, but like maybe it's better for us to just build back here a whole lot. Oh, we're not even on condensing pump engine. Get the fuck out. Shut the front door. But also, like, gold is so much better because this doesn't seem like it's negatively affected by Mappy, right? The gold price is always even. So, like, in terms of industries, like, it just pumps out more stuff effectively. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I made it out of wee woos. Gonna play with wee woos. Who cares about tax when you have minting? I know. I want to get this to not running a shortage. They're running shortages right now of coal as well. There's so much minting, man. We also did high roll a little bit here with having a bunch of mines. There's two more. I think there's a ton of devastation though. Those are going to take forever to get. Oh, but the 35% construction, baby. Oh, and there's no devastation? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Paul's gonna shake his fist at me. For making money and not playing properly, which is true, this is fair. Best part about gold companies, they're always prosperous no matter how many. Yeah, this is also another thing, so you always get the bonus. I think that the resource industries are actually insanely easy to keep the bonus on, and the other industries are not easy, and so just by the nature of like the inputs and the outputs and like this type of thing. So I'm going to I have two things that I'm going to post today on the open beta feedback, and one is that I think that companies should give some sort of bonus to your ability to trade. And then secondarily, I think that, prosperity bonus I want to give feedback that the prosperity bonuses are really easy to achieve on resource industries and kind of hard to achieve on manufacturing industries as the result of the marginal difference between inputs and outputs relative to base price. Mongolia run when? Bro, Manchuria run. We could be the gold Manchuria. Manchuria, we puppet Mexico, we just go for it. Mongolia recreates the Mongol Empire would be insanely boring for the first 50 years. Yeah, basically. This is the way. Okay. Alright, this is not going to get more employed, so we're going to take a save. And we're also going to double check here. And we're going to take screenshots. Pixar didn't happen, right? Yeah, these aren't going to get more employed. So currently, we're making 70k off of minting. And we are on the company. Right? Let's swap off the company. And now we have to wait for next Monday. Ah, that's not too bad. It's down 9k. I mean, like, 9k is actually, 9k is kind of a lot. That's like 10% of our income. And it's also important to realize this is not extracting money out of the economy. This is just creating money from nothing. So, like, this is extraordinary, actually. Because minting is free money. It's not, like, yeah. Is it worth 30% construction, though? I don't know. Like, it still might be better for us to swap around just for construction. We also have to, we're gonna have to wait for it to come back up, but then we put this in, and then minting goes up 4k, and so we're gonna get another, like, 4 to 5k from the other thing. I also like Manchuria. You could do another divided China run. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. It didn't do very well on YouTube. I really thought that was interesting. Also, effectively starting 50 years late was a really interesting experience. Like, just being super far behind, trying to catch up. But yeah, this is... like, it's 10x our income tax. 3x our consumption tax. It's just such a obscene percentage of how much money we're making. Because a big part of this is also the 20% throughput from colonial exploitation now. And we're encouraging resource industries. We could encourage resource industries here as well. And this would also crank up the amount of money we're making. Yeah. I mean, isn't Outer Manchuria just insane then? Because, like, you encourage resource industries here and you build tall initially here, and this is just such a vibe, isn't it? Mexico probably does better in terms of making content, but also the ceiling's way higher in Mexico. But you could go after Mexico as Outer Manchuria once you become a major power. Non-1836 runs are weird. Yeah, that's why it's interesting. How does free money part impact things compared to when you extract it from the economy? Well, so, let's see. Let's take a look at taxes. So now we're taxing our pops more than we were before. Stuff hasn't adjusted. You can see they're in a deficit, excess. Does this change it instantly? No, it doesn't. So we just increased taxes, and now these pops are going to suddenly have a much different deficit, excess, and excess. So bigger deficit, smaller excess. Okay? So we're extracting more money from them via taxes, which means they're actually going to spend less money on all of these goods. And so this is going to make all of our clothing industries less profitable, right? And the decreased profitability of the clothing industries is going to, like, less money spinning in the economy. They're going to have a less weekly balance. They're going to pay less into the investment pool. And so, like, when you pull money out, you slow down the economy. And what you really don't want to ever hit is equilibrium unemployment, is what you're trying to avoid when unemployment is going down because the building's not profitable, even though you have available employment in the province. And so you want to avoid this. But generally what you do is you extract as much money from the economy as you can, you run really high taxes, and you just look to re-inject it specifically with construction sectors, because these construction sectors, these create a whole bunch of buy orders for this. So instead of having a consumer-driven economy where we're creating more buy orders by taxing people less and there's buy orders for consumer goods, we're creating a bunch of demand specifically for this construction goods, and so we're re-injecting the money into the economy. But eventually you reach a point where the more construction really falls off, and this is generally when you're above like 10 to 20,000 construction, and then at this point it starts becoming really good to decrease this in order to increase the profitability of everything, drive up consumption and these types of things. But this is like but with the minting, relative to getting money from taxes, when I'm getting money from taxes, I'm decreasing consumption. When I'm getting money from minting, I'm not decreasing consumption anywhere, right? So this money is worth more because it doesn't depress the economy. Outer Manchuria also has a bit of oil. Yeah, Outer Manchuria is the gift that keeps on giving. To be honest, like, I might have made a bit of a... I think you can make an argument that either Southern Manchuria or Outer Manchuria are better than Shaanxi for building early. And maybe this was just, like, huffing, like, old Shaanxi oil. And this is just a better place to build early. In Outer Manchuria, yeah, it probably just is. I probably just made a mistake with that video. Kind of fucking... damn it. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I mean, you don't... Another big part is you don't have the 51 levels, but you do have the level 20 logging camp, which is, like... really good. I mean, you don't have the sulfur as well. But here you have lead instead. Like, this place is just probably better. And you almost guaranteed to want to build here because you know you're going to hit the gold mines. I don't know. It's tough. They need to incorporate inflation. Yeah, Mexico really struggles. They don't have good states besides gold. Either no pop or no resources and construction debuff. Yeah, Mexico doesn't have a good place to build. Was kind of I looked through it a little bit. I don't remember seeing a single place with iron and coal collectively. I could be mistaken, but I think their best was Jalisco, if I recall correctly. This is the best place. To be fair, 18 logging and 33 iron is like somewhat decent. Do they have a construction malice? Yeah, they do. Just kidding. Didn't mean any of it. Just terrible states. And you have a bunch of places with gold. You probably just spread out in the places with gold, but you just have a bunch of the construction malices, which you don't like. It's an investment. Weakest Paradox fan is me. Makes sense, thanks. Yep, you're very welcome. I'm not sure how much better it is. Like, I think we would rather, yeah, well, it actually depends what phase of the game, how much better it is or how much worse. Shaanxi doesn't have very much wood. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Shaanxi, I think I put it in 6th place. And if it had 20 wood, it would be a way different story. But it doesn't have 20 wood. Because, to be fair, you know, it doesn't have every resource. It's missing lead. And if it had 20 wood, it would be really good. But what it does have that a lot of these other really good states don't have is it has agriculture and plantation throughput. And so, you know, also if it had rice, it would have been bumped up quite a bit. But this does mean you can get like more profitable like vineyards and tobacco and wheat, I guess. I still think you only build rice, but like tea and livestock. I'm not sure if livestock is affected by this bonus, if ranches are affected by the positive. I mean, we could just check. Yeah, it looks like it's not. Which I think it's kind of silly, but what company are they using? This is another interesting idea. What colonial products? Let's see what Prussia's up to in terms of what they're using. Just conquer La Paz as Mexico and build there? Yeah, this is probably the strategy. Shaanxi is also fantastic, but for its huge natural infra at game start. Yeah, I mean this too, but this was a parameter I was less focused on when I was rating countries. But it is so they just use their unique ones. Yeah, Krupp is like insanely good. Railway building throughput is, I think, a really good modifier, especially with the railways that are just looking a lot worse. The question is if gold increases the amount of construction by more than the construction bonus from companies would effectively. Yes, this is the question. Yeah, I mean, so let's swap back. You know, maybe it's less the company is insane and more that gold is insane, especially in an environment where everything's getting depressed by MAPI, because the gold output is not depressed by MAPI. This was like kind of like my first like response is the gold price is always it's always 100 no matter what, and so it doesn't get affected by MAPI, so you don't have to worry about buy or sell orders, and you never hemorrhage this value like you do with other stuff. And also, in particular, the company is actually really nice for the construction of these things, because like very often you have to do it through turmoil, and it kind of just negates the effect of the turmoil to some extent. And so, yeah, maybe we put it less on the company and more that just gold is overtuned. I don't know. I think it does in the early game, so I think it's worthwhile. Yeah, so like it's giving us 6k gold. But I think if we were really diligent about juggling and making sure we were always, you know, as much as possible consuming the bonus, then maybe even swapping now would make sense. I don't know. This is... I would need, like, I think I would need to do math on this. But also, like, just being able to blast construction like really aggressively, positively, like it has cascading effects, right? The fact that we have so much construction relative to other stuff is why our prices of everything are really high, and why our weekly balance can be insane on a lot of buildings, because we have way more construction than we do, like relative to, because gold is just throttling our economy, like driving it really high. It's just getting to make every one of these buildings way more profitable than it like otherwise would normally be able to. And so like, how do you evaluate this? Like, because when you build more construction this way, you get more, than just getting more construction. You get more profitable buildings too, so, yeah. Did they tone down wood consumption? I played Russia maxed out in my logging camps with electric saws and still had a wood deficit. If you swapped everything over to, hardwood, we're going to take a couple more questions and then we're going to conclude the stream. If you swap everything over to hardwood now consumes a higher proportion of softwood, if I recall correctly. I think it used to consume, I forget actually the old PM, but I believe it used to have an input that was smaller. So if you're on hardwood on everything, you'll run out of softwood faster. Sonoma is the only state in the Western Hemisphere that can make opium, I think. I always make sure to conquer it when playing North or South American countries. Sonoma. Is that this one? It's not this one. This one has opium. Sinaloa. I think it's only 2 provinces, though. The other one's right there. Yeah, it would require math. Yeah, and it's also cascading math, right? Because, like, adding the extra construction is going to stimulate the... It's going to increase the prices of all this, which is going to be overall, like, positive, right? Because they'll be more profitable. So then you have to also take into effect the increased dividends and revenue and like all this stuff, and it's like it's difficult. At the very least, you are swapping over to this in order to build all these. We can also see exactly how much the prosperity is going to give us, right? So right now we're at 68k, and when we get up to the prosperity bonus, which is going to give us the bonus, it's going to give us another 6 to 8k. So between the throughput and the other stuff, like if we disband now, I think we go back down to low 60s. It's giving us an additional 10k gold. So wood consumption's gotten worse then. Interesting. You never noticed there's opium there? Yeah, it's just the 2 states. Tasmania also gets wet opium. Yep. Also, there's some states in... Or sorry, this is Tasmania. This also gets opium. Also a very strong state because it has gold. You know, New South Wales also looks pretty good. They haven't discovered their gold yet, but there is gold there. Or sorry, New South Wales? They have discovered their gold. So, like... New South Wales, I probably should have shouted out in my video as an honorable mention. Definitely worth mentioning. Also, there's opium potentials in here. Let's actually just find a state that has opium, and we could just show everyone where all the opium appears instead of doing it like this. So potentials. So also you have the opium in here and in Egypt. So this is Western. Depending what you mean by Western Hemisphere, you also get the little bit in there. Of course, the 2 states here. And then you have, you know, the main block of where opium production is present in Tasmania, but this is the main shebang. And so, yeah. How do you delete your army or navy so it doesn't exist with 0-1 division? So currently the system's bugged. What you can do is you can recruit a general, or you can't delete navy. So that's the bad news. But here, like if we wanted to get rid of this, what we could do is we could, you know, transfer this over to this guy and include the army and include the navy, and then they will merge, and so this guy will merge with this guy, effectively deleting it. So this is how you do that. But I think we are going to conclude this episode. Yeah, we're not going to save it up here. You know, we just kind of did a whole bunch of different stuff. We did like a start with Qing, a start with Persia, a start with a few others. I think we played the most on Persia. We did Ethiopia. We got the achievements, so that was cool. What else did we do? We played a couple other countries. I forget which ones. A little bit of Spain. Didn't get too deep into Spain, but, you know, tried to get some stuff done. A little bit of testing. Mainly trying to focus on answering questions more than anything for 1.5, because I was thinking I might switch to 1.4 or modded content. And so there might be not as much 1.5 content over the next 3 to 4 days or something like this. And, I mean, the tutorial's probably still going to be 1.5. I need to think through some things and, like, decide on... I think I want to do a winners and losers of which text I think improved a lot and got a lot worse, but I can't talk about the mill text because it's impossible to evaluate right now. So it would just be between production and society tech, with the winners, of course, being like... well, I'll save it for the video, maybe. Very obviously, Zeppelins was a winner. The tech went from being the worst in the game, I think, to being one of the best. Also, Uber winner is Stock Exchange, which is now probably the best in the game. Something like this. Spain. Is there a mod to get Carlist Spain? I do not know. But I'm going to bop you guys with an ad and then hit you with an au revoir, adieu. See you later. And of course, those of you who have ad blocker or YouTube Prime or whatever it's called, don't get the ads at the end here. Which is the state of things. Also, Madagascar, I probably need to try and remember for the wood, specifically. Yeah. Anyways, hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and have a good one. Whoop, end stream? Yeah.